Hello everyone. I wish you all a very good afternoon. Welcome to the 12th day of our international training program. Steve Jobs once said, if you are working on something that you care about, you do not have to be pushed. The vision pulls you. So I believe that's what keeps us all motivated all these days. Because people who are crazy enough to think they can change the world are the ones who actually do. So these sessions are about bringing changes in the world. With this note, I want to welcome you all to the 12th day of the International Training Program on Advanced Entrepreneurship and Skills Development for Reshaping the Future of Indian Agriculture. This amazing initiative is taken by Just Agriculture with Agro-Environmental Education and Farmers Welfare Society, Punjab. Organizing amazing events like this has now become an integral part of Just Agriculture. And I'm sure the sessions are helping all the individuals present over here with an immense amount. It's going to be a very informative session for all of us. So our first guest speaker is Dr. Pragya Bhadauria. Dr. Pragya Bhadauria is presently working as an agricultural research scientist in Central Government Organization ICAR, New Delhi, posted at ATARI, Ludhiana. As a veterinary scientist, she has a diverse work experience of more than 8 years in the field of animal husbandry. Her professional roles include empowering the rural community through agricultural technologies and other government schemes. She is working with farmers through a network of 69 Krishi Vigyan Kendras of North India through various projects and programs. She is bestowed with many prestigious awards and recognitions and a large number of publications in her account. Her professional roles and responsibility include planning, implementations, and monitoring of KVK's activities, which include on-farm testing, frontline demonstration, training, and other extension activities. Other than this, she also facilitates entrepreneurs and animal husbandry farmers with skill development and technical consultants. She has published 40 research papers and 45 popular articles, 8 full-length papers, 10 book chapters, 8 technical bulletins, 10 extension folders, etc. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining today's session. Over to you.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you gave a very detailed introduction of myself, so no need to give me again. So just I will start with my presentation. Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Screen is visible, no?
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Could you make it to full screen, please?
Just a minute. Is it okay?
Yes, ma'am. Perfectly.
Okay. Okay. Then yeah. So first of all, myself, Dr. Pragya Bhadauria, and a very good afternoon to all of you. And at the outset, I would like to thank the organizer for giving me this excellent opportunity to interact on this topic of accelerating livestock entrepreneurship through Krishi Vigyan Kendra. First of all, I would like to introduce my organization, that is Indian Council of Agricultural Research, ICAR, which is a central government organization under the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. So it is an autonomous body and which deals mainly with the agricultural research as well as the agricultural education throughout the country. In the year 1964, the ICAR has taken up a step in the public extension services, extension system through their frontline extension system programs. These mainly include the National Demonstration Program, Operational Research Program, Lab to Land Program, and KVK. Later on, during the 8th plan, all the extension program get merged into the KVK scheme. So I can say KVK is the biggest success story of ICR because it is a grassroots level organization that is designed and nurtured by ICR. So presently throughout the country, we have 722 KVK network. You can see in each and every district of the country, you can find a KVK under the supervision of the State Agriculture University, ICR Institute, might be the deemed university or in NGOs. So likewise, this is the KVK network is a huge one. Similarly, these KVK are supervised and monitored through the zonal organizations that are known as ATARI, where I am posted at one of the zonal organization of the North India. In total, there are 11 ATARIs throughout the country, and in the North Zone, the Zone 1, which I have, this is the ATARI Zone 1 located at Ludhiana. And we have covering the Krishi Vigyan Kendra of Punjab, Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand state, and the UTs of Jammu Kashmir and Ladakh. So we have a vast network of 69 KVKs throughout these state and union territories. So if we see a study by Nirlet Niti Ayog last few years back, they have conducted a study and says that the KVK are the powerful tool to transform the India, particularly the rural India. And this is through the technology adoption, capacity development, and knowledge resource center, which is mainly targeted to empower the farmers, especially in the to the unreached farmers. So now KVK is a multidisciplinary team of scientists at the district level. So they are doing the role of the agriculture enhancement as well as the promotion of the livestock activities, livestock and allied activities. Now, due to the agenda of the national, this agenda of the doubling farmers' income and Atmanirbhar Bharat, which is not targeted by agriculture itself, animal husbandry become an integral part of this. Because of this, the KVK is now more focused towards the development of entrepreneurship through livestock. As such, livestock are reared by majority of the rural folks for their livelihood purpose. But to make them self-sufficient and to grow, empower them economically, it is very pertinent that livestock farming should be converted into a commercial activity. Also, to attract and to retain the youth in agriculture, become agriculture to an economic venture, it is very pertinent that livestock should be promoted as a business enterprise rather than as merely subsistence activity, and to develop the various agripreneurial skill to the farmers, because previously they were production oriented. Now with the changing scenario, we need to develop the marketing skill and processing skill and to these end users. So there is a step means there is an immense need that to see the present need, the livestock should be promoted as business entrepreneur in near future and in present scenario. Okay, so RKVK, they are mostly promoting the entrepreneurial spirit in the form of the training and demonstrations. They are providing trainings to the farmers and other stakeholders on the basis of the duration of the training, like short-term trainings of 5 days, more than 5 days. They are taking vocational training and like skill development training that more than 200 hours or up to 1 month, more than 1 month's training they are providing to the farmers. Similarly, off-campus and on-campus trainings are also provided to various stakeholders like farmers, farm women, rural youth, and external personnel. Along with trainings, it is very necessary to demonstrate the process and method and results of these technologies, agricultural and livestock technologies to the farmers. So simultaneously, they are giving the demonstrations also to these farmers. So these are the glimpses, like in fish farming and in value addition of milk, we are providing, our KVKs are providing trainings in the adopted villages, as well as these are the method demonstration on piglets, and there is a field level demonstration of the backyard poultry chicks in KVKs of Uttarakhand. And before a few years back, government has launched a skill development program through RCT, that is Agriculture Skill Council of India. Through this, more than 200 hours of training is given to the beneficiaries to develop a necessary skill to perform a business or enterprise, to take enterprise in a larger scale. So in livestock, different kinds of job roles according to the interests of the farmers. The KVKs are providing to these farmers, like dairy farmers, animal health worker, broiler farmers, small poultry farmers, AI worker, and pig farmers. So these are totally residential type of trainings, and where they have provided all the facilities and input with regard to the stationery, residence, and about the lunch, dinner, whatever. And about 80% of the syllabus is covered by the practical lecture rather than the theoretical. Only 20% lecture are covered by the theories. And later on, these the selected candidate are the verified farmers who are verified by the RCT through the online registration. They have their own portal where they have to register prior to the training, and then after verification of the document, Aadhaar number, phone number, they can enroll for the training. And later on, their progress is also monitored by the KVK to get a full-fledged established enterprise. So this is a good initiative of the government through the Krishi Vigyan Kendra. So these are the some successful example where KVK are providing a skill-based training, and the farmers are encouraged, and they have either set up new dairy farms, or they have upgraded their original farm. So in hilly areas, but they are the original that cooperative dairy farming is more attractive to the rural women, and they are coming together in the groups, and through self-help group and through cooperative society, they are marketing their milk. Whereas in the peri-urban areas, mainly of the Punjab, here small to larger scale dairy farms are coming up in a big way, and they are taking training, and then later on they are setting a good dairy plants at dairy farms, along with their processing plants at their farms. Similarly, this is also innovative promoting areas of goat farming, because now goat farming has a changed phase, because nowadays this goat manure as well as the goat milk is quite expensive because of the medicinal property. So looking at the potential of this goat farming, these skill development programs as well as the trainings are provided in goat farming to establish a commercial goat farm. These are the certain examples in Himachal Pradesh, where they have settled a modern type of raised floor goat farms to avoid the unusual smell of the goats manure. And similarly in Jammu Kashmir, to promote the fiber of Pashmina and Muhar, these goat farming in the form of entrepreneur, our KVK are training the farmers to come up in a business mode. And then poultry farming is one of the successful enterprise in livestock, because it somewhat need lesser investment compared to dairy farming, and its growth rate is also very high compared to other sector, up to 8 to 10%. And mostly this is the only sector of the livestock which is organized up to 70%. And only the 30%, which is mainly in the backyard area, it is unorganized. So in Punjab and other areas of Jammu Kashmir as well as the Uttarakhand, contract farming is also giving a good business to the farmers. and in Barnala district of Punjab. Now the upcoming business in poultry sector is hatchery business, although it require initial capital investment, but with the means group of few farmers, they can doing a good job. So farmer are very means the if we see the training adoption rate in case of the training on the poultry farmers, the highest training rate we can get in the poultry farmer up to 70 to 80, and sometimes 100% trainees are enthusiasts to adopt this poultry farming. So these are the one part is the training and demonstration. Second part, through various network projects and various research projects, our KVK are developing entrepreneur in livestock sector. First one is ARIA, that is attracting and rural youth in agriculture. It is funded by ICAR itself. Here small inputs and some initial investment is given to the selected farmers who are willing and who are to go further in the particular type of business. So area beneficiaries should be there, and they are getting all the input as well as the technical guidance from the Krishi Vigyan, and they are setting their own enterprises. Similarly, the Farmers First project is also a big success story of ICAR, where the cluster of villages are adopted and by the universities, state universities, and they are also providing the technology backstopping as well as all the inputs to establish a good enterprise at their village level. And the third one is Vertica, Value Addition and Technology Incubation Center in agriculture. Here, incubation center are provided at the KVK level, although in livestock still it's not much incubation center have started in our zone, but the main concept is that small processing units of meat or milk products should be established at KVK. Now some of the KVK have given project proposal to get funding from the Ministry of Food Processing and MSME also to get incubation center at the district level, so that they can go for processing of their produce also. Similarly, SCSP project and the TSP project is also a grassroots level project to empower the SC population and ST population, especially in the Uttarakhand and in the Leh Ladakh area. So these projects are also promoting the entrepreneur skill in the farmers. Now, Kamdhenu Ayog, which has recently established, they have promoted the cow-based farming through KVKs, and they have taken up a proposal to take up small cow unit, desi cow units as means indigenous cow unit at the KVK, so that the urine based and these cow dung based products should be manufactured at KVK level, and as well as cell counters should be promoted at these KVK, and farmers should be trained in this type of farming also. Similarly, agrotourism is also a good concept, and some of our KVK of Nainital and Leh Ladakh, Mohali, Uttarkashi, they are selected for such purpose to increase the tourism through these KVK landscaping and areas, and small huts and everything related to tourism is now in coming areas they are developing. Now the recent scheme of the formation and promotion of FPO as CBBO, it is also a scheme to promote the group approach in taking the entrepreneurial skills. It is also conducting through KVKs. So these are the certain example under the project. This is the ARIA project, and these are the beneficiaries of the ARIA project. In this, Kadaknath unit is settled down in Haridwar, and this unit is governed by a lady. So she is very innovative, and she has started this Kadaknath rearing and selling. Similarly, in Jammu Kashmir, this is the small hatchery of Kadaknath, and these farmers are engaged in rearing and selling of the Kadaknath breed. In the this is the third picture of farmer first beneficiaries, where the small poultry unit is provided to the Uttarakhand, in hilly areas of Uttarakhand, where they are earning few amount of money through selling of the these birds as well as eggs. And this is a quite commercial poultry unit under Arya project. It is at Bhatinda. He is a very progressive farmer, Parpal Singh Mahal. So they are serving as a good icon of these projects. So this is the funding which Kamdhenu Ayog is provided, and through KVK we are trying to promote this dairy farming, or this rearing of indigenous cow like Gai, Sahiwal, to develop other byproduct along with the milk. And this is the processing and value addition. It is also promoted by the KVKs, because nowadays production is not giving much return compared to processing. So KVK is trying to motivate and promote the processing activity at the farmers field. So these are the certain examples, successful example of pork processing, because at Punjab, lot of pig farms are coming and in a big way, and they are producing the product of the pickle, like pork pickle, etc. And milk also, they are producing ghee and other byproduct of the milk. So KVK are engaged in through Vertica means project. They are enhancing the skill of the processing and value. Uttarakhand, where a social organization, still KVK has not reached to up to this level, but the concept is flourished and conveyed by the KVK to develop such kind of villages. And Ministry of Tourism also interested to develop good KVKs so that they can be attracted by the tourists. So in Ladakh, Mohali, Uttarakhand, we are trying our best to develop such kind of sites, tourist sites. And the other extension approaches which our KVK are used to develop entrepreneur is group approach, which is the most successful approach, because KVK are mainly dealing with the small land holders or small and medium sized farmers, so they don't have much capital, so individual approach is quite tough for them. So for that our KVK always motivate them for a group approach in the form of the self-help group, and this is one of the model of 10+2 chicken. It is developed at our KVK, so that a net profit or net income of 11 to 12,000 per year they are getting. And especially this self-help group is successful in case of women empowerment, and many successful cases like in Ambala, as well as this Kadaknath village in Riyasi district of Jammu Kashmir, and here Mohali also. So through group approach, these women are taking their economic as well as social empowerment. So they are now coming up in the form of entrepreneurs. And then the next approach is farmer to farmer extension. Like if we train some good farmers and they become the role model for the whole district or the whole village. So the same case is seen in the case of Punjab, when the trained farmers taking training from the KVKs return back and open their these piggery farms. So the farmers get by self, they got motivated by seeing the other successful farmers, and now in this way there are more than 200 progressive farmers are rising in Punjab, and they and the surprise thing is that they are not even rearing only pigs. They are in integration with the pig fishery. They are rearing pig, and they are exporting this pork to other part of the country, even the northeast also. But now itself, its consumption is good at local level also. So this is the one good example of farmer to farmer extension. At ATARI itself, we have compiled booklet. You can find it in our institute website also. Pig farming, it is the one of the upcoming business in Punjab, and the success stories of 10 farmers is included here, as well as the more than 200 farmers are also included. Their contacts is also included, so that they can motivate it to each other to take this business at a new height. So these are the few of the example. See this integration in a small piece, and in a acre areas, they are using very good number of pigs and getting 40 to 50 lakhs of income per year. So there are many successful pig farms in Punjab. Similarly, through KVK, we are promoting the public-private partnership in case of feed manufacturing and suppliers. So we have through ATARI and Namaste, one upcoming startup. We have organized a food and fodder solution show near Moga, and there we have created a fair live demonstration of the silage maker and the cutting of the fodder and the machines. So there is a live demonstration of all the machines as well as the cutting tools. So farmers have got motivated to take silage making, bale making as an enterprise, as well as UMMB, mineral nutrient blocks. They are taking training from the KVKs, and by their own they are making at their home and selling to the fellow farmers. Similarly, in hilly areas of Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand, many of these rural women, they are coming towards growing of the green fodder in the community wasteland. So they are taking green fodder because it is the main issue that there is a lot of shortage of green fodder. Even in coming time, it is the greatest challenge for livestock sector. So this is the area where KVK is focusing to promote the entrepreneur, even in the, but not in our zone, but in other KVK. Hydroponics fodder production is also, there is a good scope to give training to the farmers and make entrepreneur in this area. Now, to make them a successful entrepreneur, the knowledge and advisory as well as the consultancy at time to time is very important criteria. So for that, the ICAR has created the Krishi Vigyan Knowledge Network. It's a great portal where all the schemes and projects what we are running at KVK and Delhi level, so they are merged, and all the KVKs throughout the country, their information related to their project, staff, etc. This is the single window place they can find, and through that advisories, news, etc. They can get all the upgrade related to KVKs. Similarly, the various advisory, market prices, etc. Through AM Kisan, the KVKs are sending messages to their beneficiaries, farmers. And now recently 2 years back, Common Service Center also make a MOU with the KVKs, means with the ICR, and now KVK are in collaboration with the Common Service Center. They are providing a advisory to the phone through phone calls, and they are getting calls in a particular time bound time, and they are giving them their solving their queries. Similarly, by applying many ICT tools like Facebook, social media tools, WhatsApp groups, and broadcast WhatsApp, they are giving advisory to the to their farmers as well as to their trainees related to information of the market and other enterprises and management related information. So along with this, when we got good result in the form of progressive farmers or innovative farmers, so we the KVK also promote their names to higher level, and we facilitate and give recognition in the form of various awards at national level, district level, also like ICAR awards. We are also forwarding their names, and in different championship, likewise this World Ag Day and National Livestock Championship, we are promoting their names so that they get motivated by their enterprises. Similarly, the success stories of these innovative farmers or progressive farmers are also compiled at our ATARI label as well as at the New Delhi level, means central level, and we are giving a wide publicity to these innovators, and their models are supposed to be replicated at different parts of the countries. So through this publication, we are trying our best level to promote the entrepreneur in different parts of the country. So these are the initial stages, because now time has changed from production to processing centric approach. So extension also have to change from traditional production to production to processing centric approach. So therefore, there is an immense need that the strengthening of livestock extension at KVK level, the capacity building of the subject matter, especially in all subjects, especially in the livestock business management and marketing skill, it should be given a top priority so that they can be more competent in transferring these knowledge to the farmers. Similarly, strengthening the livestock farmers' capacity and entrepreneurial skill is almost important, because if they are not well versed with these skills, then it will be difficult to market and to go further in their enterprises. The information support services through various advisory consultancy is equally important. Similarly, there is a large constraint of this financial literacy and financial services, because farmers are lagging behind in this area. So there should be a means approach that it should be given due importance. And then promotion of livestock based group approaches, because generally self-help group is seen in case of poultry only, and in other sectors like in dairy, piggery, etc., that group approach is quite low. Individual farmer is rearing the animals, but in the form of group approach or cooperative approach is still less popular. So if one should promote the entrepreneur opportunity in this livestock sector, group approach should be promoted more through the KVK and other organizations also. Similarly, the marketing is also weak, because here up till now the organized market are very less percentage in case of livestock sector. So until unless the organization of the livestock market is not there, the total benefit of entrepreneurial activity by the farmer is hard to find. Okay. And then lastly is the policy, that pricing policy, milk prices and other meat prices, etc. This is policy level. It is very necessary that due attention should be paid at this issue. And now at the conclusion, I would say that livestock entrepreneur may contribute significantly in the rural and economic development of India. However, lack of supportive network, financial and marketing prospect are some of the major constraints for this. So there should be need of advanced extension approaches to transform livestock production into a viable commercial venture. And then networking of the institutions, resources and knowledge base is must. And lastly, national policy should be there to tackle all these issues. So this is about my short presentation. Thank you very much from my side. Hello.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this valuable session and for your valuable time. So we have few questions. The first question is, how is promoting only indigenous breeds of cattle benefiting the small farmers, as we are all aware about the low milking capacity of these indigenous breeds?
Yeah, it's a good question actually. Actually, yeah, first the government priority was to promote the high yielding variety or crossbreeds animals. But if we look at the present scenario of feed and fodder and the maintenance cost of these high yielders, it is if we see 10 years later, it will be very difficult for the farmer to supply the proper maintenance of in the form of fodder and the management of these animals. Simultaneously the negative impact of the hot climate as well as it's getting higher in case of the high yielder, and as well as if you are aware about the concept of the A1 and A2 milk. So through that also, if we see for the health consciousness for the human health, the A2 milk is much more promoted than the A1 milk. So by looking at the scenario, we are somewhat going back and we are promoting that indigenous breeds are also as equivalent to the high yielders.
Okay, ma'am. So the next question is, how much investment any agripreneur need to start their startup in livestock management?
Yeah, actually, this mainly depend on the enterprise which he or she is choosing. Okay, and it depend on the low marginal, whether the farmer is marginal or medium or a progressive farmers, and it varies from region to region. So we can't say there is a hard and fast rule for this this much of amount. Like for example, if poultry in Punjab, we say if you can start broiler farm with their 5,000 birds like this, but they have a capital investment. But if we see this thing to the Jammu Kashmir or the Himalayan rural people, they are not able to establish the same thing. So there is a regional variation as well as KVK. In case of KVK, we are much in favor of the small and marginal farmers. So first, we are giving a incubational support or input support initially through our own projects to help out to establish their own enterprise. Later on, within the 2 or 3 years, they starting their own. Otherwise, as a commercial venture, bank loans are there. They can start their own by taking a certificate from a government organization, and they can take loan whatever they can want to start their venture.
Okay, ma'am. So the next question is, does KVK also monitors the quality of livestock products produced by the farmers under them?
No, no, this is not our mandate actually, because this is quality check, etc. is other organization. We are doing the capacity building and initial technical consultancy is our prime mandate. So it's the coming issue that livestock product quality in near future is going to means good area to consider.
Okay, ma'am. So the next question is, what are your views about taking poultry farming as a profession? Because during the spread of bird flu and other diseases, this sector suffers the most.
Yeah, it's a somewhat controversial issue, but in my view, what we have reviewed, because during that time only we have taken much review from the farmers, and here in Punjab, no poultry farmer has suffered. Even the backyard poultry have again due importance, because people are doing backyard poultry in the rural areas, and they are selling the eggs as usually. Similarly, in Punjab also, this visit which I have previously seen in this slide to the upper part, this is after COVID. And I talked personally to him that he is a good farmer, progressive farmer, that you really suffer from this bird flu and other COVID pandemic. He says because he was engaged in that contract farming. So the marketing is not issue for him. That is the problem of the company. So companies suffer, but the farmer didn't suffer. So this is the that's why we give advice to, if you want to go in the poultry business, first you have experience of the contract farming. The risk which you have to avoid, it can be overcome by this contract farming. Later on you can continue your independent poultry farm.
Okay, ma'am. So the next question is, during COVID-19, all the sectors suffered the most. How KVKs helped farmers during this time?
Yeah, this is very good question. The first thing is that we have all together remain in touch with the ICT tools through social medias, WhatsApp group. And then we have provided all the advisories. Even you can find the COVID pandemic, our booklets are also in ICAR website, which we have circulated among the villager in the local language itself, and throughout the national languages. We have published a booklet, and it can be gathered from the ICAR website also. So through consultancy, we have given them, like some farmers have getting a problem of this milk marketing. So our KVK has suggested to convert them into ghee, like this value means value added products. So small type of innovative ideas our KVK has suggested to these farmers. So in on all, we have gathered a review for this COVID pandemic. Our farmers survive a good rather than these businessmen. So the farmer and farming is least affected by this COVID.
So the next question is, how do you think that contract farming is good for small and marginal farmers?
I already mentioned that, because the thing is that in every business, like in milk or in poultry, there is no problem of production. Even in agriculture also, we have sufficient production, we have sufficient milk production, we have sufficient egg production. But the main culprit is the marketing. Farmers, first the farmer didn't know where the market exists. Secondly, they don't have the clear platforms where to market their produce. If nowadays online marketing is also going on, but if the farmers are not so much user friendly to these tools and techniques, how they will market? So only the private players are taking care of this thing. So the most important constraint in any business is the marketing. So if somebody wants to initiate a business, they can give in the form of a trial, in the form of a contract farming, so that marketing portion is goes to the company. So in this way, at least they can have a smaller risk at part of their marketing. They are good at production but poor at marketing. So initially they have to go for contract farming, and later on when they know everything how to do this, like means business planning and other skills they develop, then they can start their own independent business.
So is KVK also helping farmers in the farm mechanization?
Yeah. But I can say in livestock, still it's not started at our KVK level, because uh, still the focus is agriculture, and there is only one veterinary scientist at KVK. So it is difficult that farm mechanization in livestock sector is still not initiated. But in case of agriculture, it is going on. Mainly, if you see in Punjab, this is this is stubble burning cases, etc. Then DSR and other these machines are promoted by our KVK only. The success story you can because our ATARI is well renowned in control of this straw burning, rice residue burning. So we have promoted through CRM project, crop residue management project. We have developed custom hiring center at KVK level, and these bigger machines like DSR and whatever these rice chopping machine, they can be rented by the farmers, but at a very nominal rate. So they can take the machine from these KVK, and in most of the KVKs we have custom hiring center for these farm instruments.
Okay, so the next question is, are KVKs also recommending hybrid seeds to the farmers?
Yeah, because this is the main mandate, because these are the technology developed by the state agricultural university. So our main mandate is then that we have to go beyond the traditional farming of the farmers. So we are through KVK, we are promoting these hybrid seeds and hybrid technologies to the farmers.
Are KVKs also helping farmers in exporting and trading their products?
No, what I'm saying that this marketing is still beyond KVK. We are mainly restricted to capacity building. But now, if you see my last slide, this is the thing what I have mentioned, that this is the constraint. First, we have to equip well versed with the marketing and this export and import type of things. First, our scientists have to be well equipped in capacity building in these areas. Then we can transfer to these farmers. So policy should be there, and there should be a change in education policy also, because the education is quite older one now. New education regime should be developed by taking care of this market opportunity, etc.
Why crop residue burning in the major issue in Punjab and Haryana region?
Although it's a agricultural question, but still I can give this answer, because they are mainly focused on cultivation of the paddy, and they didn't have option how to take care of this straw residue after harvesting of the crop. So the yield is very high, and they didn't have technologies, good technology. They can keep up with this rice residue. That's why the most easiest method is burn the straw. So they are burning the straw. But now we have done from last 2-3 years, our KVK are promoting so much of means non-burning activities through these farmers.
Okay, ma'am. So the last question is, why do chickens and turkeys have light and dark meat?
Chicken and turkey has
light and dark meat.
Yeah, actually, this is the cholesterol content is there. So that's why they have light. So we can say this is, although chicken is said to be white meat, and this red meat like goat and turkey, so their feed is like that. The hemoglobin percentage is like that. Their meat color become darker one. Like if you see in Kadaknath also, the meat color, the pigment is there, and so the meat color is darker one. And in this chicken, it is called as white meat, and the other species chicken is meat is called as red meat.
Okay, ma'am. So the next question is there a nutritional difference in eggs with different colors of cells?
As such, I can say scientifically it is not like that. But there is a myth among the people that the difference in the dark color, brown color chicken and white color is there. So this is because only to the natural ingredient the backyard chicken eats. Because of that, like carotene, etc. So the somewhat nutritional, direct nutrition is coming from the plants and these insect pests. They are predating on that. So that's why it is somewhat, we can say, it's a natural way of getting the nutrient. On the other hand, these white eggs are just similar to that, but we are providing the means external sources of nutrient, like these probiotics and other antibiotics like this we are providing. So just it is like that we are taking extra supplement from outside and through food outside. And we are, if we are getting food means, आप अगर एक फ्रूट खाते हो तो उससे हेल्दी आ रहा है, और एक अगर सप्लीमेंट खा रहे हो तो बस इतना फर्क है. अदरवाइज देयर इज नो डिफरेंस बिटवीन द डिफरेंट कलर ऑफ एग्स.
So are KVKs also helping beekeepers, and how?
Yeah, I already told that there are skill development training. So we have good beekeepers. I think Bhatinda, Arya, under Arya project only. Then one beekeeper is there and he's producing different kind of, means on the basis of the flowers and which they are offering to the honeybees. So KVK are providing them good exposure visit as well as consultancy and training to the farmers on beekeeping, and we are getting financial and initial input support to establish their venture also.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am, for this valuable session and for your valuable time. So thank you so much, ma'am, once again.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all of you. And once again, I thank Just Agriculture and the Punjab Society for giving me this opportunity, and all the listeners who have taken so much of interest and interested in so many of questions. I like the session as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So our second guest speaker is Dr. Muhammad Habibur Rahman. So Dr. Muhammad Habibur Rahman is an agricultural economist working at the Agricultural Economics Division of Bangladesh Institute of Nuclear Agriculture. His expertise is in socio-economic research, impact assessment, and is responsible for the formulation and execution of the related research program of the institute. He completed his PhD in agricultural economics from Bangladesh Agricultural University. He also completed postdoctorate in agricultural economics from Virginia Tech, USA. He has published more than 40 scientific papers with both national and international reputed journals and 17 popular articles in the paper. Besides, he has been serving as research supervisor of MS and PhD students of Bangladesh Agricultural University. He has received more than 45 professional training from different national and international organizations. He has also received different awards from national and international conferences and workshops. He has been serving as an executive member of the Bangladesh Journal of Nuclear Agriculture and holding different positions in the different professional associations at home and abroad. So, thank you so much, sir, for joining today's sessions. Over to you, sir. Hello, sir. Are you there? Okay, so by the time sir joins, let us all know something about Agro-Environmental Education and Farmers Welfare Society. Agro-Environmental Education and Farmers Welfare Society is India's numero uno society for agriculture professionals. The primary focus is to promote agricultural ideas, education, and to create an ecosystem that nurtures innovation and entrepreneurship to transform the lives of the agricultural youth of India. We support the agripreneurs through our skill development programs. The primary mission is to develop the agri-entrepreneurial ecosystem within the youth of India. And about Just Agriculture e-magazine, the e-magazine is an open access, peer-reviewed e-magazine that was launched on the September 5th, 2020. The magazine provides a platform for all the scientists, researchers, scholars, and students to share their ideas about the latest innovative topics. Just Agriculture e-magazine aims to publish about the latest innovations and upcoming experimental technologies which can be adopted globally in the field of agriculture and allied sciences. We believe that through our e-magazine, disseminating scientific information and the latest findings among the scientific community related to agriculture and allied sciences all over the globe will become easier. Just Agriculture e-magazine also aims at providing a platform to agri-tech startups to showcase their success stories, business ideas, and plans, thereby emphasizing a sense of innovativeness among brilliant minds throughout the world. So our second guest has not joined yet. So we can wait for him for some minutes till our second guest joins. Thank you so much, everyone.
Good evening to everybody.
Good evening, sir. So our second guest speaker is here.
Good evening. I am Dr. Habibur Rahaman.
Hello, sir. Good evening. So the second guest speaker is here, Dr. Muhammad Habibur Rahman. So Dr. Muhammad Habibur Rahman is an agricultural economist working at the Agricultural Economics Division of Bangladesh Institute of Nuclear Agriculture, Bangladesh. His expertise is in socio-economic research and impact assessment and is responsible for the formulation and execution of the related research program of the Institute. He completed his PhD in agricultural economics from Bangladesh Agricultural University. He also completed postdoctoral in agricultural economics from Virginia Tech, USA. He has published more than 40 scientific papers with both national and international reputed journals and 17 popular articles in the paper. Besides, he has been serving as a research supervisor for MS and PhD students for Bangladesh Agricultural University. He has received more than 45 professional training from different national and international organizations. He has also received different awards from national and international conferences and workshops. He has been serving as an executive member of the Bangladesh Journal of Nuclear Agriculture and holding different positions in the different professional associations at home and abroad. Thank you so much, sir, for joining today's session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Could you please just share my screen?
Yes, sir, sure.
Can you see me?
Yes, sir.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir. Could you make it to full screen, please?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, just I am going to my first slide. Just a minute.
Okay, sir.
Can I start, please?
Yes, sir, sure. Over to you.
Thank you, the chairman and the honorable host, CEO of Agriculture, and honorable other members of the host, and dear participants. I am Dr. Habibur Rahman. First of all, I would like to welcome to my presentation. My title is Impact of Nuclear Agriculture Research in Bangladesh. This is the outline of my presentation. Here we discuss only brief overview of Bina, I mean Bangladesh Institute of Nuclear Agriculture, and finally success story of saline tolerant rice research in Bangladesh. Here justification and objectives, overview of the research and research methodology and research findings. Finally, we would like to draw a conclusion. Just a few minutes, I would like to introduce my institute. This is Bina, I mean Bangladesh Institute of Nuclear Agriculture. It is established in Bangladesh after liberation of Bangladesh, that is independence of Bangladesh in 1971 after liberation. Then it is established in 1st July 1972 here. Then chronologically, it was under the Ministry of Science and Technology in Bangladesh. Then in 1982, it was transferred to Ministry of Agriculture through a presidential order just to carry nuclear agricultural research only. This is the mandate of our institute. Just we do ensuring stable and productive agriculture through development of new variety or technology, scientific management of land, water, and improvement of quality and quantity crops, development and methods of pest management and management of insect and disease also, and finally methods of impact assessment development. This is the organogram of the institute. Director General is the chief of the institute, and there are three director research, director administration, and director training. Just sorry, I have a call. Just a minute, please. I need the lecturers. Sorry, I'm sorry. Here there are three directors, and you see here 11 research division. We call research division. Here 11 research division. We will not discuss about this. Here are 4 administration section and 4 training and planning sections and 13 substations for coordinating. There is a CSO research coordinator here. This is the map of Bangladesh. You see in red color, that is in Mymensingh. It is the headquarters of Bina. Yellow color, these were the old substations. I mean, there were only 6 substations, but after 2010, we have established another 7 substations, that is indicating green color. Now there are only 13 substations. Substations mean our research station in the different location of Bangladesh. Here I want to discuss about Bina developed crop varieties. Already Bina developed 117 varieties of 18 crops. There are rice, 25, wheat, 1, jute 3, and other crops chronologically. Now we discuss on saline tolerant variety. We have developed 12 saline tolerant variety, including rice 2, and other varieties are 10 of 5 crops, that is 12 of 5 crops. This is number 1 variety of in Bangladesh, that is saline tolerant rice variety. It was released in 2021 and duration also 130 days. Salinity level is 10 to 12 bs per m. I mean decimon per meter. It is suitable for burro and almond in both seasons in the saline areas. That is Bina Dhan 10. This is the latest variety. This was also released in 2010. Duration same and salinity tolerance level 10 to 12. But now we are seeing it is salinity level is 14 ds per meter. It is also suitable for burro and almond in the saline and normal area of Bangladesh. Now, finally, we will discuss about the success story of saline tolerant rice research, which was my topic. According to the 8th 5-year plan of Bangladesh, strategic development goal, poverty alleviation, hunger, food security, improved nutrition, and other challenges, we see mostly coastal area of Bangladesh is about 2.5 million hectares. That is the 20% area of total land of Bangladesh. I mean 30% of the total cultivable land in Bangladesh. Saline affected land directly 1.3 million hectares. Salinity intrusion, the adverse effect on water, soil, agriculture, fisheries, ecosystems, and livelihoods. Majority of the population are marginal and poor farmers of the saline area. They are not well acquainted with the modern agricultural technologies. Salinity tolerant, high yielding varieties may be the one best ways for income generation of saline areas of the dwellers. This is the objectives of my research. to estimate the aggregate economic benefit of saline-tolerant rice research in Bangladesh, and to estimate the productivity and profitability of saline-tolerant varieties by location of the saline area and by variety, and to suggest some policy recommendations. Here you see left side, this is the Bangladesh map, and right side, this is the saline affected area. I'm indicating that area in the different color, white, not white, but these are the saline area. I say saline affected soil are mainly deposit of salt. They face flood. They face natural disaster due to climate change. They face malnutrition and widespread among the landless, small and marginal group of farmers. Here, these are the saline districts of Bangladesh. There are 9 districts, and area is 1.3 million hectares. Now, area coverage of saline-tolerant rice variety of Bina. If you see in 2020-21, that's green color, I mean total area coverage of saline-tolerant rice, it is around 0.7 million per hectare. Sorry, 0.7 million hectare. That is 20% of the total saline area. That was fewer in last year, and then that was also fewer in the previous year also. Now it is increasing the area coverage of saline tolerant rice variety in the saline areas of Bangladesh. This is the overview of my research. I conducted baseline survey first, study area selected, survey questionnaire was prepared, survey questionnaire was pre-tested, and key information interview, that is KII, was also completed. Data collected from the 9 saline affected areas of Bangladesh, and secondary data were also collected. Then I conducted some FGD in different 9 locations of saline areas. Then again I prepared a questionnaire and FGD conducted. Then data finalized, data then edited, and I empty all the data. This was the sampling procedure. First, I select the region of saline region, then selection of different district, then selection of village, selection of wards, we call in these wards some part of village, identification of saline tolerant rice producer households, then saline of households, selection of households. Finally, from 9 regions of Bangladesh, total households we select 450. Saline variety growers was 250 and non-growers was 200. My study process was, first of inception. We conducted an inception workshop, identification of knowledge gap, and identification of relevant policy intervention. Then we started to empirical study, to conduct 5 farm survey, FGD, KII, then secondary data collection, data paneling, descriptive analysis, and again on farm impact on saline tolerant rice cultivation and livelihood, economic cost and benefit of saline tolerant rice cultivation, then empirical findings, interpretation, and finally conclusion. Now we see the analytical technique. For the study, we used several tools, both tabular and statistical analysis we have conducted. I mean, statistical analysis, there are mean, standard deviation, t-test. gross margin analysis, net return, I mean profitability analysis. Finally, coefficient of variation also computed. We consider here to assess the profitability just a profit model. This is the profit model. We indicate pi is the profit. Here, other are the dependent variable, per unit of price, yield of the rice, per unit of price byproduct, total quantity of byproduct, per unit of price of the highest input, and then the total quantities of the highest input, and TFC, total fixed cost, and I is the 1, 2, 3 to up to n, and the number of inputs. To know the society benefit, that is economic benefit of the society, we consider surplus model, that is change in total surplus equal to PQK inverted within the inverted 1 plus 0.5 Zn. Here PQ are the initial equilibrium price and quantity. Z is the relative reduction in price due to supply shift. E is the supply elasticity, N is the demand elasticity, and K is the supply shifter. This is the model to calculate K, I mean supply shifter. Finally, economic benefits will calculate it as change in total economic surplus for each year, and cost and expenditure on the research plus estimated cost are the related for developing and disseminating saline varieties. Finally, cost and benefits netted total using discounting method to find out the NPV. This is the NPV formula, you know, we have calculated in NPV also. Here, in other words, you can say NPV was calculated the sum of future benefits minus the cost associated in the projected discounted over time. Actually, we calculate NPV just to know the amount of total funds returned from the investment of research. This is the economic surplus model also. Here you see the consumer surplus, producer surplus, and total social benefit equal to area A plus area B. We see the next graph here. In figure 1, this is the demand curve and this is the supply curve. You see the figure 2, when we introduce saline tolerant rice variety or other variety, supply curve shifted here with a, this is the blue color, this is new supply curve. What is the change here? You see, area A is the consumer surplus and area C is the producer surplus. That is, total surplus is equal to C plus B. That is total producer revenue. C plus not this. C plus B is the total producer revenue. Next, this is the livelihood strategies. Before the study, we considered this one, the vulnerability level of the area, that was shocked area, that is duration problem or seasonality was the problem. Then livelihood assets, we consider 5 assets. A means human capital, S means social capital, N means natural capital, and physical capital, and financial capital. But after the introduction of the saline variety, the scenario is changed. All livelihood assets What changed? You see livelihood outcome here, more income, increased well-being, reduced vulnerability, and improved food security of the area. Here directly we discuss the research findings of the research. This is the cost and revenue of the saline-tolerant rice cultivation in Bangladesh. Here we see by wall areas in the last two figures. That was blue one is the total cost, I mean $629 per hectare. And green one is $1058 per hectare, that is total revenue. This is the table of yield, PCR, and net return of saline-tolerant rice variety. Finally, if we see the by wall areas, average yield was 4.84 ton per hectare. PCR was 1.70, and net return was $4 to $9.48 per hectare. That was highest in small farmer in Bangladesh and lowest in large farmer. In our country, always large farmer, they are not careful to the farming. The small farmer is very careful, so they got benefit, I mean return, highest return, and highest PCR, and highest yield also. Next slide, please. This is the graphical presentation of yield, BCR, and net return. If we see the last one, that is, last one is the net return, $430 per hectare net return, and red one is 1.71 BCR, and 4.84 is the average yield. This is the graphical presentation of yield advantage. Before to develop a variety, always breeder consider yield advantage. Firstly, you see the first figure. This is 3.66 for traditional variety. I mean average yield 3.66 ton per hectare for traditional variety. When we introduce saline tolerant variety, you see yield is increases. That is highest yield 5.41 ton per hectare. And the red one is yield advantage. Red one, you see the red one 1.75. That is yield advantage is 1.75 ton per hectare. That is more than traditional variety. If you consider it is in percentage, this is 35.79% yield advantage. Now you see the yield gap of saline tolerant rice varieties. If we see the total gap here, total gap, as it is newly developed variety, saline tolerant variety, you know that saline areas farmers are very small and marginal and poor farmers. They are not well equipped to the modern technology. So yield gap is here high, 1.77 ton per hectare and 1.67 ton per hectare for other variety. Here yield gap 1 and yield gap 2 and total yield gap. I mean yield gap 1, that is yield of resuscitation between the yield of demonstration farmer, I mean modern farmer. And gap 2 is the difference of normal farmer between the modern farmer. That is, first one is difference of the resuscitation to normal farmer. Second one, normal farmer to modern farmer. And last, finally, total gap, gap 1 plus gap 2. Here is the total gap, 1.77 ton per hectare. It is huge amount. This is the social benefit of saline tolerant rice cultivation. You see, we have started in 2011. Net benefit was $2.10 million. That is increasing. And NPV was $220 million. That is the amount of total funds returned from the investment of research is $220 million. Here you see the IRR is 1.70, that is 170%. That means if we invest $1 in saline tolerant research, that will return you 170%. Here you see the chronological increasing trend of net benefit. You see the last figure, green color. Sorry, it is yellow color. No, it is blue color. Blue color. That is net benefit is increasing. It is in 2005. It will be 54.30, which was discussed in our previous slide, and IRR is green color on 70%, red color NPV, net present value, $220 million. Now we'll see the impact on livelihood. Am I going to speedy or slowly? Sorry, any problem? If there is no problem, I am going to my style. So this is the impact on saline tolerant varieties on livelihood. Here, present one and 12 years before, we compared the differences. The saline tolerant variety introduced in Bangladesh before 12 years before, and we see the difference in the last column. You see the last column, home type condition. In that area, home type condition was very poor, mud built, tin shed, half building, and building. That is, in the difference of last, you see the last column, difference is here 37.86% tin shed building is increasing, and 26% half building is increasing, and building is increasing 30%. If we consider livestock and poultry, that is also increasing, is 10.72% in that area. Tubewell for fresh water, drinking water, that is also increasing, 10.72% in that area. Number of trees, 38% increasing in the saline areas. That's good news for us. Sorry. For sanitation of that area farmers, sanitation also increasing, half building increasing in 77.85%. You know, in Bangladesh, sanitation facilities is highly developing in the rural areas also. This is the indicator. Half building is the 77.85% increasing, and building is increasing around 9%. If we consider food security level, that is increasing 62.86%. Health condition increasing around 48%. We are continuing impact on livelihood. Road condition, first road condition, that is increasing. Brick road 44.29%. Electricity connection, which was not in that area, that is increasing 42.15%. And social communication, that is, mobile internet, 70% increasing. And recreation, TV, radio, increasing 46%. Even agriculture industrialization, I mean mini industry, is increasing in that area 93.56%. That is around 94%. Women empowerment increasing 54%, and women and child death rate, that is decreasing 9.28%. This is the improvement of farming system in saline ecosystem. First of all, on-farm verification of crop varieties, improved saline rice cultivation, then improvement of cropping pattern. There was only almond, but now that is burro, almond, and oilseed. That is 3 or 4 crops. They are cultivating 3 or 4 crops. Homestead production system also increased. Vegetables, fruits, and agroforestry. Livestock activities also increased. Beef fattening, deer farming, and chicken farming, rearing, and pigeon rearing. Homestead gardening is increasing through saline tolerant variety introduced in open field or marshland or homestead or every area. You see, homestead gardening is increasing in that area. We found wild seed production. Wild seed production increases in that areas, and each farmer get at around 484 kg wild seed by utilizing homestead resource in Rabi season. I mean the winter season in Bangladesh, they can cultivate sesame, groundnut, mustard. That are the saline tolerant varieties. Then in Kharif season, I mean summer season, each farmer get 5,392 kg vegetables by utilizing homestead resource in Kharif season. That is, they are cultivating in homestead area turmeric, panikochu, I mean sponge ground, fruit, white gourd, chili, like this. Which I see show you the cropping pattern. You see here, farmers' previous cropping pattern was fallow land, then only crop tea almond, and then again fallow of saline areas. Now it is changed. Now improved cropping pattern is tea almond, I mean almond and burro, and then groundnut or sesame in the 3 or 4 crops, the saline areas. Cropping intensity also increased. You see, in 2019, it is around 200% cropping intensity, just for introducing saline tolerant variety. That is also increasing trend. You see the trend is increasing. This is the normal scenario of our country. Normal agricultural farming. Farmers are cultivating different type of crops in that areas. But now scenario is changed. They are now is going to commercial agriculture. Commercial agriculture, I mean, there are small industries are growing. Farmers also conscious. They are using modern techniques. They are cultivating their land in modern methods. So commercial agriculture is now growing up. This is the conclusion of my slide. Area of consideration, and if we consider this area in left side, if you see the impact created, first of one, livelihood parameter, social benefit, that is net benefit and NPV increased, income enhancement, loss margin increased, food supply and security increased remarkably, family health and nutrition improved satisfactorily, sanitation and microenvironment improved satisfactorily, women participation, I mean women empowerment in agriculture improved. Non-livelihood parameter, that is technical knowledge, increased sharply. Adaptation of innovation increased. Employment also increased. Resource use pattern, that is also increased. That is, I'd like to say, my concluding viewers, saline tolerant rice research is eco-friendly, which ensure increases of profitability and improve family income and livelihood of saline areas farmers. That's my presentation. Thank you very much, and thanks to everybody. If we have any questions, then we can discuss, please. If we have any query.
Yes, sir. We have enabled the chat section, and as soon as we get the questions, we'll start asking, sir. Yes. Thank you so much, sir, for this valuable session and for your valuable time. We have some questions here. The first question is how we can use integrated farming in India.
Sorry?
How can we use integrated farming in India?
Okay. If we consider the saline area, India is a very big country. There are many land or fellow land. In the saline area, if we introduce integrated farming, that means saline variety, to provide their saline varieties, rice variety, mustard variety, or groundnut variety, or vegetable variety, all of the saline variety, by introducing the saline varieties of that area, we can expand integrated farming of that area, and the farmer of that area, I think they will be profitable.
Okay, sir. So the second question is how the budding agripreneurs can opt nuclear agriculture for their startup.
Actually, in our country, there are three or more research institutes. They are doing research by normal method, but in Bina, I mean Bangladesh Institute of Nuclear Agriculture, doing research by using nuclear technique, that is cobalt-60 source, which was buy from your country, I mean India. I went to Bombay. I had a project. I had a very big project to establish nuclear source room in Bangladesh. I was the project director in that time. So I went to Bombay and purchased the cobalt-60 source, and we established here a cobalt-60 source room. By using nuclear technique, we are changing the genetic character of the variety. That is, if it is rice or wheat or vegetable or any variety, we are changing the character, and by changing, we are developing variety to more profitable variety, the variety for the drought area, to the saline area, to the submergence area, and any natural calamities or climate change adapted areas. So this is the different research of Bina.
Okay, sir. The next question is nuclear agriculture safe?
Yes, it is safe. It is 100% safe because we are using nuclear techniques thus to change the genetical character of a variety, not other. Just changing the genetical character, then after 4 years, that is first year experiment, second year experiment, third year field experiment, fourth year in the demonstration. That is, after 4 years, a variety is developed and that is safe. You know that.
Okay, sir. So the next question is, what are some indigenous crops we can grow except rice in saline soils?
Sorry, I can understand you because I have a call. Sorry, just a second.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sure.
I mean, lecture this. Sorry, again, please.
It's absolutely fine, sir. So the question is, what are some indigenous crops we can grow except rice in saline soils?
Oh, we can grow different type of crops in the saline areas. Not only rice, there are vegetable crops, maybe mustard, maybe groundnut or sesame or other indigenous crops also.
Okay, so the next question is, what are the different methods to measure soil salinity?
Yes. Soil scientists in Bangladesh, they measure the salinity of soil, not salinity of the water. Salinity of soil, they measure. In our country, we see in the saline areas, highest salinity level is 14 to 15. 14 or 15 decimol per meter. So if we can develop a variety that is sustained up to 16 or 15 level salinity, that will be sustainable variety, but not less than that variety, that will not sustain. We had some other variety that was not sustained in that area. So we develop new variety and more salinity tolerant variety, and we test the salinity level of the soil, then we distribute the seed to the farmer.
Okay, sir. The next question is, what are the different methods? It's just done. So is there a relationship between soil salinity and groundwater salinity?
No, it is only depends on soil salinity, not groundwater. They will not use any groundwater.
Okay, sir. So does soil salinity affects terrestrial food chains?
Yes, delicious. Their food quality not change. That is not depend on salinity. You know, in Bangladesh, mango of saline area, mango of saline area is very tasty, and we are exporting mango in other country. That is, salinity is not respectable factor of the fruit or rice or any variety.
Okay, sir. So the next question is, how you define the history and the present scenario of Bangladesh agriculture?
Actually, you know, Bangladesh got independence in 1972, and after then, we have started agricultural research here, and we are developing so many variety for different climate resilience areas of Bangladesh. Now it is almost near in rice, we are sufficient or small open economy country, but in vegetable or onion, spices, everything is dependable on other country, I mean India or like this, because here soil is not suitable for that type of crops. I mean spices or onion or other ginger like this. But we are now developing rice.
Okay, so the next question is how we can guide farmers to opt nuclear agriculture.
Okay, I mean, climate resilience area, farmers of climate resilience area, they are facing many problems. So if you consider then the area of that may be drought prone area, that may be saline area, that may be fast flood area, that may be hilly area, that may be Haur area. That is, I want to say, in the climate resilience area, by climate resilience area, we have to develop suitable variety. If we introduce suitable variety in that area, and if we convince the farmer of that area, they can cultivate this area, so they will be benefited and country will be finally benefited. This is my suggestion.
Sure. The next question is, are there any governmental policies related to nuclear agriculture?
Oh, no. Yes, no government. There is no policy in nuclear agriculture. Just we have a service rule, we have a regulatory rules, but there is no developed policy in nuclear agriculture.
Okay, so the next question is, what are the procedures to measure soil salinity?
Oh yes, I said before. Just it is a thermometer. You see, we use only a thermometer. We use thermometer for like to see the fever of the man. For to see the soil salinity, there is also thermometer like this. This is one method. Or other method is soil scientists just collect the soil and they analyze the soil. They can say salinity level like 5 DSM or 10 DSM or like this. There is different method, different types of methods.
Okay, so the next question is, can we see nuclear agriculture as the future of agriculture?
Yes, it is very much effective research nuclear agriculture. I want to say when normal research is failure or normal research is hard to break through. I mean break through. Nuclear agriculture research can break through in that level. Normal agricultural level agriculture research when failure, nuclear agriculture then can start from that point. And by nuclear agriculture research, you can find the 100% accuracy level. If we want to develop a saline tolerant variety, you will be develop saline tolerant variety accurate level and shorter periods. But in conventional research, that will take minimum 10 to 12 years, and that is not possible to go to accuracy level. So nuclear agriculture research is popular.
Okay, sir. So the last question from the session is, do you think there are many chances of collaboration of India and Bangladesh in the field of nuclear agriculture?
Yes. We have already we have collaboration, and we have some collaboration of ICAR and ICAR also. ICAR in Hyderabad. There is a collaboration for genetics and plant breeding division. They have the collaboration of ICAR and ICAR and other institute. Just I forgot the name. I went to ICAR one time. I went to ICAR to see their research, the economic research. As you know, I am agriculture economist, so I am to there to see that type of research, and I got some knowledge from there. We have some collaboration, but we have to take opportunity to develop more collaboration with India in agricultural economic research. If anybody interested, I can collaborate with them.
Okay, sir. So thank you so much, sir, for joining today's session and for this valuable learning program. We have covered all the questions. So thank you so much, sir, from all of us.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you all, and see you again. Hoping
so
all
much,
the best. Hoping all the best. Good evening. Bye.
Good evening, sir. Bye. So our third guest speaker is here. He is Dr. Praveen Singh. Dr. Praveen Singh is an agriculture professional with 18 years of experience in different fields of the agriculture sector. He has started his career as a consultant to the European Commission project and followed by the British High Commission project in the field of rural development. From rural development, he diversified his professional journey and joined a corporate, that is Tata Chemicals Limited. He served at different roles and locations for ensuring the desired outcome in different projects and responsibilities. He was one of the founder members of the customized fertilizer team at Tata Chemicals and contributed significantly to the development of customized fertilizer, branded compost, and outsourced farm services. His professional journey also includes exposure to Africa, where he was responsible for the corporate farming and leased 25,000 of land from the Ethiopian government. He also worked with the National Horticulture Research and Development Foundation as joint director and managed the seed business and development activities. Past 8 to 10 years, he has been significantly contributing to the development of the hydroponic growing systems in India. He initiated and delivered hydroponic projects at DS Group and Dabur Group. He is a proud Khetiabadiwala and puts his best efforts into developing a hydroponic growing system as a successful growing system for meeting the needs of the urban population in India. He is associated with more than 1,000 hydroponic practitioners and shares his knowledge for the development of the hydroponic sector in India. He is also consulting hydroponic projects in India, Africa, and Bangladesh. So thank you so much, sir, for joining today's session. Over to you, sir.
Hey, thank you, Surabhi. Thanks for your introduction. And yes, I am a proud Khetiabadiwala, and thanks the organization for giving me an opportunity to share my knowledge. As Mohammad Habibur was talking about the nuclear agriculture, so somehow it is advanced kind of heading towards something which is beyond imagination. So when I was working or studying with soil, then if I say or talk to farmer and just share my thought that yes, the farming or growing crop is possible without soil. So 10 or 15 years back, it was beyond imagination. And even now, if you'll go back to the farmers and you will say that yes, we can grow without soil, the crop without soil. People will just laugh on you. But yes, the scenario is changing now. If we talk about now, this farming is gradually being segmented into two separate sets of a farming. One is the existing traditional or a rural farming, and the second is coming up is the urban farming. And yes, as you see, the World Bank estimate around 60 to 80% of the global population down the line are going to confine in metros. And just imagine the kind of a pressure these metros will have for the food requirement. And with this COVID, even people are more cautious on the quality. With those words, I want to just share with you, not as the nuclear technology and all, but yes, definitely it is an high-tech precise farming where you can efficiently utilize the resources, because that is very important. If you could manage to achieve the efficiency of different resources, then yes, you can produce your crop at a lower cost and a higher quality and higher unit area return. So these are the basics what you can get from hydroponics. So today I want to just cover this knowledge what I acquired based on my own experience, because I also studied everything in soil. But yeah, past 10 years, I just migrated and trying to understand the dynamics of this farming without soil. So my whole talk is going to be a small presentation. So that is going to be a kind of a formal presentation on this technology. And I would like to have as many as question on that, because it is a little difficult to cover the depth of hydroponics. So I'm going to give you the glimpse that how it is the somehow how this technique emerged and how the people are gradually switching over this technology. So these are the basics, and then how we can make this efficient technology means usable for everybody. So today I'll just try to give you a brief, and I'll try to listen all the questions and satisfy the query, because query is very important. So the first thing, everybody here is from the agri background, and we are very familiar about the journey of Khetiabadiwala. So we started from hunting and gathering when there was no knowledge about farming. So we started as a human civilization, we started with the hunting gathering. Then we moved to the moment we learn or adopted or understand the farming, then there was no dearth of a land, there was no pressure on the land. That's how we started with the shifting cultivation. We do a cultivation on a piece of land, and the moment the fertility goes down, then we move to other land. From shifting agriculture, we migrated to subsistence farming, where we were just producing whatever is our requirement. But as the population grows, and it is continuously growing, commercial farming was the only option left with us to ensure feeding each and every individual. So if we see, since beginning till date, there are two stakeholders, the major end and start. So front end and a back end. So one is a farmer who is producing, another is a consumer who is consuming. And in between, there are chain of other stakeholders. They are gradually built up. Initially, there was a farmer and customer, but this chain is becoming longer and longer. But today, we are not going to talk about the chain. But yes, the moment this pandemic entered in our life, somehow we got a sense that the customer is always on the stake, because the producer who is producing, they have their food. But suppose this producer is not able to ship their produce to the consumer, then consumer's life is on a stake. And because of that, people started thinking that can we grow part of our requirement in urban area as a consumer? And that's the initiation of these type of a high-tech farming or urban farming in our country started. And with the COVID, it has just took a speed or took a some faster growth. Okay. So after saying that, understanding the Khetiabadi journey, let's understand as a human being, what is our expectation? Okay, so everybody wants and working and putting their effort to have a happy family. So everybody is looking for a happiness. And if we are looking for a happiness, so there are three enablers. One is financial security, second is social security, and third is a health security. Though these are interlinked, but yes, we all are working for our financial security, and we all want to have our identity in the society, and the bottom line is we are also looking for the health security, which is going to support or become an enabler for achieving social and financial security. So let's talk about the health security, how to achieve that. So there are some factors, some lifestyles. So everybody is trying to do that at their level. Then they have some physical exercise people are doing at their end. So these are something like individualistic approach. And even with this COVID past 2 years, people are also started focusing on a breathing exercise. And then we need to have a healthy environment. Our surrounding need to be healthy to ensure healthy health security. And more or less, yes, healthy food is also equally required. So this hydroponic Khetiabadi is going to help every individual to achieve the healthy environment and healthy food. That's how we can ensure the health security, and this hydroponic or high-tech farming can contribute for that. So next question comes, why hydroponic farming? Why not we can continue with the traditional farming? So there are some factors. If we talk about agriculture output, if we see the agriculture is having two wings, one is input and another is output. So as a customer, as a consumer, everybody is focusing on the output quality. And we all are witness that output quality is deteriorating, and we don't have any tool to assess the quality of our vegetable or whatever we are buying from the market. So that's definitely is a part of a policy makers that we cannot assess the quality of even the vegetable we are buying from the market. However, whenever we are exporting this this vegetable, then there is a set standard, set parameter. So if the export quality check is there, why not the people, our people should also have a option and access to assess the quality. So that's a matter the policymakers need to focus on. We need to just highlight that. Quality awareness is going up because the people are gradually increasing their purchasing power, and they have an option to opt for a better quality. So people in society, they are becoming more and more aware about the quality, and they are willing to pay the price. So that's how these all factors are enabling or supporting a technology or a growing system where we can meet all these requirements of a customer, because whenever we are venturing in a commercial farming or even for our own consumption, these are the factors we are going to first consider. So apart from that, if we talk about agriculture resources, so if we talk about the soil quality in and around metro cities, we all are aware that most of the soils are a landfill, and the crop growing practices are even utilizing the sewage water for growing crop. So you can just understand, one, this soil itself is a deteriorated soil because it's a landfill kind of areas, and then people are using all these kind of sewage water or heavy metal and all because they don't bother. There is no regulation. So the resource quality is also deteriorating. Even the fertility level is going down. So what is the option left? So can we do a farming without soil? So answer is yes, we can. And even the pressure on the land is increasing. So there is no scope for expanding horizontally. The only option is we can expand vertically. So it's mean more crop per unit area. And that's the uniqueness of this hydroponic or high-tech farming. So that's how this hydroponics is coming in picture, and also the high-tech protected cultivation is coming in picture, and people are opting as a business, as a something like self-sustaining model also. So these are the something like why hydroponic is if we talk about expectation and the requirement, the food demand is expanding, and that cannot be met by the existing farming practices, and specifically for the urban population. The option then, in that case, the option left is any high-tech production technique, and one of them is a hydroponics. And even if we talk about our current government, the focus is more from less. And this is the technique which gives an option that you can produce much more than what you are producing from the traditional farming. And as a human being, we all are becoming impatient to see the result. And this hydroponic is a technique where you can see the change or see the result within the 24 hours. If you're doing any modification in your growing system, the crop is going to give you result within 24 hours. So such a quick result is possible in hydroponic. So all these factors are coming together to answer that why hydroponic farming. So once we understand that why hydroponic is required, then let's understand what is hydroponics. Because everybody knows that, yeah, whatever we are growing without soil is hydroponics, and most of the people, they consider hydroponic only when it is grown in an NFT or something like only in a nutrient solution in water. However, the hydroponic is beyond that. We will talk about that. But yeah, the common definition, hydros means water and ponos means labor. So working with water is hydroponics. However, if we go for a further detailing, understanding this technique, because it's a technique of growing. So this says whatever we are doing to create a better microclimate around the root. And root is what? Root is the mouth or supply source for your plant. And if the root is healthy, then definitely your crop is going to be healthy, as well as you are going to get the better quality and quantity. So if we talk technically, so hydroponic is a technique to create a ideal or a better microclimate around the root zone, that is rhizosphere. So this technique is only linked with the root. That is somehow most of the cases a confusion that how this hydroponic is linked with the crop growth. So it is only linked with the below ground part or the roots. So the whole effort in hydroponic is ensuring the healthy root. And if you achieve that, then definitely you are going to get a better productivity and better crop. So we understood that why hydroponic is required and what is hydroponics, and then very common question everybody asks about, what is the difference between traditional and hydroponic farming? So let's try to understand the exact difference between these two growing systems, because both are a growing system. So if you talk about the traditional farming, which is in almost 99% of the area that is practiced, so if we talk about the resources required, so it required air, water, seed, soil, light, investment, and a farmer. And if we talk about the operations, so it required tillage, seeding, irrigation, plant protection, weeding, harvesting, post-harvest, and storage. And if we talk about automation level, so in traditional farming, the automation level is little on a lower side. Yeah, some of the advanced farmers, they have started using this automation system in their farming, but yeah, extent of automation is still limited in traditional farming. And if we talk about the required skill, so most of these traditional growers, they learn this farming from their ancestors. Like we learn parenting from our ancestors, and they also learn their farming from their ancestors. And the required skill is something like if the farmer is with the average skill, he can also grow the traditional crop in traditional farming. Why so? Because the soil present there is acting as a buffering agent. And if the grower is committing any mistake, then the shock of his error or mistake is going to be absorbed by the soil, and only the impact which is beyond the capacity of a soil will reflect on your crop. So if any grower is having an average skill learned from his ancestor, he can also grow the crop in traditional farming. And if we talk about the qualitative and quantitative return, in comparison to hydroponics, it's average. Only few of the farmers who are progressive in nature, they can achieve the qualitative and quantitative advantage over others, but achieving that is really a tough task for everybody. And that's how, if we see around us, we'll get some progressive farmer whose produce is always treated as the good quality and they realize a better price, but all the farmers, they cannot. So let's see in hydroponics what is happening. So in hydroponics, again, all of those inputs is required: air, water, light, seed, investment, farmer, grower. They all are there, except the soil is missing. And if we talk about the operations, so one is tillage is missing, another is weeding is missing. Rest other operations are also there. And if we talk about automation, in hydroponic, the possibility is you can put your farm on autopilot mode. Once you standardize the process, then there is limited or a very little intervention is required, manual intervention is required. So the degree of automation is really high. The whole farm will operate on autopilot mode. Yes, the skill set required for managing these type of farms is really high, and people have to think differently. If they will utilize their learning from the soil or farming, then it is going to be difficult for them to manage efficiently their resources. And if you are not able to manage the resources in hydroponics, then the possibility is the productivity may be even lower than your traditional farming. So that's how the skill set, and here I like to mention there is two distinct part in this hydroponic. One is the hardware. Hardware include all the infrastructure like a growing system, irrigation system, automation system, and all the hardware part or infrastructure parts comes under hardware. And the second is the software, and that include how to grow a crop. Which crop, when, what variety, what nutrition, what humidity, what temperature. So all these comes under a software. And the contribution of these two for ensuring the success of any hydroponic project is 20-80. 20% comes from the hardware and 80% comes from the software. That's how the advanced skill requirement is a mandatory requirement for hydroponic growing system. And yes, higher qualitative and quantitative return is ensured provided you are efficiently growing your crop in hydroponics. So after understanding why, what, and the difference between hydroponic and traditional farming, let's understand different types of hydroponics. So if we talk about hydroponic classification or different types, the first criteria comes the based on growing condition. Second is as per the nutrient circulation, and third criteria is as per the light requirement. So if we talk about the growing condition, so there are soilless hydroponics, and there is nutrient film technique, and there is deep water culture. So these are the different types of a hydroponic growing system. So if we talk about the soilless is a growing hydroponic system where the grower need to use any growing media where the plant root can grow. Okay, so very well known is a cocoa peat, and there are a good number of growing medias like cocoa peat, rock wool, perlite. Even you can use a paddy husk. You can use any kind of a material which is inert in nature. Inert means they don't have an ability to supply plant nutrient. And those kind of a growing media which is not easily disintegrate or easily digested by the microbes. So those are the growing media you can use, but the well-established growing media is coco peat and perlite. And if we talk about soilless hydroponics, there are different types of a soilless hydroponics, like grow bag. So there are two types of a grow bag. One is an individual grow bag, and another is something like the pallet. If you can see, this is the pallet of a grow bag where you can plant more than one plant. And generally in a grow bag, if you are growing long duration crop, so one grow bag is going to have one plant. And even in this grow bag, there is a plastic grow bag, there is a rhizo bags. So the difference between these plastic grow bags versus rhizo bags are providing auto root pruning and better aeration, because roots are highly sensitive to the light as well as the air. The moment they expose to that, the root is killed, and because of that, in rhizo bags, the root growth and development is quite uniform. So that's the way this grow bag system is in hydroponics. Then there is a system of trough. If you can see this chili one, this is a Maple is a company, again it's a name. So it is a plastic trough where you need to just fill the growing media and you can grow your crop. And there are options where you can go for making trenches also. So those crops which is having a deep-rooted root, means tap-root system or a deep-rooted nature, they need to grow in trenches, and people are making a trench on the ground, and they are lining with the plastic material to ensure that it is not coming in direct contact with the soil, and they are growing a crop. We grown like jasmine and damask rose in that, and even Dutch bucket growing systems are there where people are growing the different types of a crop. So these are something kind of a different growing system in soilless hydroponics. And nutrient film technique, if you want to see, this is the nutrient film technique. You can see my cursor. So this is a plastic channels. Yes, for a commercial, it need to be. If you're going for a commercial farming, it need to be a flat bottom. So it's a pipe, and very thin layer of a nutrient is just moving in that channel, and the roots are suspended in that running water, and they are absorbing their food from that channel. Here, I like to emphasize one thing, which is a really technical one, that if you are looking for a hobby hydroponics, then you can even look for the circular pipe. But if you're looking for a commercial venture, then the flat bottom grow channel is the only option for your commercial project. Why? Because the surface area of a contact of the root with the nutrient solution is always higher once you are doing on the flat bottom, because the flat bottom, the root will spread across the flat bottom. Okay. However, if you put a concave kind of a tube or a pipe, most of the time the root will confine on the lowest section of your pipe, and because of that, the surface area contact will be much lower, and the root will struggle because of lack of aeration, lack of nutrition, and there is a high risk that the root will start getting some pathogens and insects. So the commercial farming, NFT, only the flat bottom is recommended. And deep water culture, if you see here, this one is the deep water culture. The difference between NFT and deep water culture is the deep water culture is having a higher volume, and the layer of water is thicker than your NFT. So that's the only difference. Now we need to understand all these three different types of hydroponics, how you select that. So first, let's understand both the systems which is only using only water. So nutrient film and deep water culture. So to identify that, what is the best for your agroclimatic zone or your area. So NFT is a growing system where the extreme of temperatures are not there. So if around the year the temperature is uniform, the NFT option is the better option for growing your crop in hydroponics. However, if the temperature variation, an extreme of temperature variation is really high, like in Delhi or northern part of India, so the deep water culture is always preferred, because the higher the volume of water, it is the impact of temperature is going to be the gradual. But if it is a only volume is very little, then the impact of environment temperature will be higher, and the growth of crop will negatively impact, because the temperature and oxygen content, dissolved oxygen content in water is having a inversely related, means the moment temperature will goes high, the oxygen level will go down and the crop root will struggle to get a sufficient oxygen. So that's how DWC is preferred system in extreme weather conditions. So that is a basic, but the challenge here is DWC growing is impacted badly by the algae infestation. So a lot of algae formation is there, and that's how the deep water culture is struggling in these areas also. So people now shifted on an NFT, because the light and algae is both are associated. If there will be no light entry in the growing media, there will be no algae, and NFT provides that option. And because of that, in Delhi also people are doing NFT, but ensuring the water temperature in control by putting the chiller or a cooling system. Now, the question comes, the soilless farming, soilless hydroponic versus this NFT or DWC, how to decide on that? So, if we talk about any long duration crop with the higher leaf area, then the root's oxygen requirement is going to be higher, and that can be provided by the soilless hydroponics. So, all those crops which are long duration with higher leaf area is doing better, doing good in soilless hydroponics, and short duration crops with the less leaf area are performing good in NFT and DWC. So any leafies can be grown in this. As per the nutrient circulation, there are two types of a system. One is an open system and another is a closed system. Open system means whatever the nutrient is going to your crop is never coming back. So this is less efficient. And the second system is the closed system. So where the nutrient is supplied to your crop, whatever the excess nutrient, that is again coming back to your recirculating tank. And after adjusting the nutrient and pH, nutrient concentration and pH, the solution is again pumped back to your crop, which is the most efficient, but it is tricky also, because you have to balance the nutrient ratio, the recipe. And the third means type based on the light requirement. The people are growing their crop in a natural light, and people are also using the artificial light. So these are different types of hydroponics. So let's understand what are the major crops grown in hydroponics. Okay, so if you see, though this whole pie chart or whole information is for a European environment or a developed countries where this hydroponic is really growing fast. So if we talk about the tomato, lettuce and leafy, and are contributing almost 50% of the total crops. So majorly if we talk about, so leafy vegetables, tomato, cucumber, capsicum, and little extent something kind of other vegetables. So that's the basic kind of crop distribution in hydroponics. And if you talk about in India, so majorly the people are still restricted with the leafies. But one thing is very clear, that any crop can be grown in hydroponics. Why so? Because this is a technique, and technique which is enabling a grower to create a better microclimate around the root zone. So you can grow any crop in hydroponic condition, in a hydroponic growing system. So as I mentioned, there are few crops which are already established, like cucumber, tomato, capsicum in a vine crop, leafy vegetables, a lettuce, all the lettuce, basil, kale, arugula, rocket, spinach, even coriander also, and a flower, rose, zerbera, lilium. These are something like a well-established crop. There are some crops which are in trial phase, like essential oil bearing crops. So damask rose, jasmine, saffron, these are some crops which are under trial. Medicinal crops, herbs and fruit crops are some of them. It's like berries also people are trying, like strawberry is well established, and even now people are looking for blueberries. So these are some of the crops which are in trial phase. So as I mentioned, any crop can be grown in hydroponic growing system. Only condition is the grower need to develop the crop production protocol before venturing in a commercial farming. So we try to understand why, what is the difference, what types of different types of hydroponics, and what are the different crops can be grown, without talking about the advantage of these crops, this technology. This whole discussion is going to be not completed. So let's try to understand what are those advantages and disadvantages. So one, very clearly, efficient resource utilization. So even the fertilizer efficiency is almost 100% because there is no loss. Whatever you are feeding, your crop is just consuming that, and your crop don't have even an option to go for any kind of a junk food. So whatever as a grower you are supplying, that's the only food is going to be available for your plant. So all inputs are efficiently utilized. Even the manpower, is the human resources are being utilized very efficiently. We have a better control on our growing system, because there is no interference. Because if you see, the hydroponic started or initiated with that thought process, okay, let's whatever we know, we'll control only that part, let's other things we forget about. So that's how the soil is missing, and all the soil dynamics is missing. So you have, as a grower, you have 100% control on a growing, and whatever you will do, that will reflect on your crop. Better return, yes, in terms of quality, as well as vertically growing. You can grow means more number of a plant per unit area in a single layer also, and you can go for a multiple layer. Faster growth, because the root is healthy, you can get your crop very quickly, and even much earlier what you are getting in soil. And if we talk about the weed, it is one of the major factor which impact the crop productivity, and it also consume a lot of fund for farming. But here we don't have a weed in hydroponics. The quality is superior, and also have an option that whatever you want to produce as a quality, you can alter your quality also based on your experience and expertise. You can produce what you want as a quality. If you want a shining kind of a leaf, if you want a thicker texture, or you want to fortify with a nutrient, all these quality amendment or quality modifications are possible only in a hydroponic, because in soil the dynamics not allowed to do all these things. The soil dynamics I'm talking about. Grow in any condition. So I'm specifically talking about the soil condition, not the climatic condition. So if the soil is poor or bad, you can grow your crop in hydroponic without bothering about the soil quality. And as I mentioned, the efficiency, limited growing area can produce a significant quantity of output. So when any technology or any systems comes with some advantages. They also have some disadvantages, which is some of them are only relevant with Indian context, like high capital cost. Yes, till date it is a capital intensive farming. However, if we talk about the developed countries where this practices are standardized and the kind of a return they are getting, considering that the ROI is more efficient than in India, because till date we don't have that much of a capability to ensure the production. Like if we take about the tomato in Europe, people are producing 180 kg per meter square area per year. Just imagine 180 kg per meter square area. So you can just work out your economics, and in that case putting a higher capex is not the higher capex, but in Indian case, yes, it is. High skill required, yes, still in India we are lacking on the skilled resources who can run these type of farms. But yes, again, if I go back to European context or a developed country, the skills are basically available with the people around the growing area. And yes, one major factor is lack of buffering agent. It is uniformly accepted kind of a disadvantage, because the buffering agent soil is acting as absorbing any error. So the disadvantage is, because the buffering soil is not there, the people cannot have any liberty to commit any mistake, because if you will commit any mistake, very next day your crop is going to cry, and they will show that yes, the young man, you have done something wrong. And another disadvantage is now people are looking for input which is cost effective, but here only the quality input can be utilized. Like soil grade fertilizer we cannot use in this, so always we are looking for a higher quality inputs. So that is not exactly a kind of a disadvantage, but those areas where this availability and accessibility is not there, there it is at a disadvantage for hydroponics. Yeah, so basically one more thing is very crucial for this technology and for to understand is the myth of hydroponics. So whenever there is a new technology is coming in your area, people start building the myths. So like growing crop in water is only hydroponics. So as I mentioned in my previous slide, that growing crop in kind of a soilless media is also hydroponics. It is not only the crop which is grown in water is hydroponics. Hydroponic crop production can only be done under protected cultivation. So that is something like people is gradually creating that myth. But hydroponics is not nowhere linked with the microclimate around the shoot. It is only linked with the microclimate around the root. This technology is gelling with the protected cultivation because people want to grow off-season crop. So it doesn't mean that hydroponics is only can be performed. Hydroponic can be done in an open environment. If you want to grow some small hobby hydroponic in your balcony or in your flat or in your any of the area, you can grow your crop, seasonal crop like winter crop in a winter, summer crop in a summer, without having any protected cultivation structures. So it's a mere myth. Hydroponics is not a natural technique. So if we go to down the line our rural farmers, they will say, hey, how can you grow this crop without soil? And if it is grown without soil, it's not a natural technique. So I want to say here, the plant, they don't have any sense organ to identify or to assess that the food is coming from the soil or organic or hydroponic sources. The root, they only have a sense organ that okay, I want to eat this like all the ions like a nitrate ion, ammonical ion, potassium ion. So ionic form of a nutrient is being absorbed, and it is a very well defined that the plant will absorb this. Like we eat our chapatis and all those things. So it is also very clearly defined. So if that is the case, in hydroponic also we are supplying those nutrients only. And we are growing in environment, we are utilizing the sunlight. The plant physiology is exactly the same what the plant is doing in soil. So how this technique is not a natural technique? So it's a mere myth. Hydroponic degrades the environment. So if we talk about the hydroponic, yes, protected cultivation is, our agriculture as a whole is giving some negative impact to environment. But if you associate that with the only hydroponics, so yes, it is only a myth, because the number of a plant per meter square area is much more than even the soil. And if it is that, then how one can say that it is deteriorating the environment? It is improving the environment by doing a more air purification. So it's a mere myth. And then hydroponic makes use of a light that are harmful. So maybe those our friend who are from agri background, the plants only absorb photosynthetic active radiation. They cannot absorb infrared or ultraviolet lights. They only convert into something like a temperature generation kind of a section for the light, the spectrum. So if the light is only absorption is photosynthetic active radiation, so it is the same whatever the plants are growing in soil as well as in hydroponics. So there is no scope that they will utilize a harmful light. So it's a mere myth. Hydroponic can be practiced indoor only. So I've already mentioned that you can grow any crop, seasonal crop, without using an indoor or protected cultivation structure. Last two are in Indian context is reality instead of a myth. But yes, going forward, it is going to be a myth. Hydroponic is an expensive technique. As in Europe and developed countries, now is no more expensive technique. But yes, at this juncture, this is the reality in India. Hydroponic is difficult to practice. That is also a reality. But yes, in developed countries like Europe and US, this is really a myth because they already have the skill resources. So these are some of the myths around that, around hydroponics. And yeah, scenario, it's a significantly increasing, and the more people are adopting this technique globally. But if we come in Indian scenario, it's in its initial stage. Most of the projects are in pilot stage and most of them are struggling. So struggling doesn't mean that the technology is having a fault. I don't have any hesitation to say that it's the people who are managing that. The skilled resource is missing, and that's how most of the projects are struggling. And if you see, this is the depiction in something like how this scenario of hydroponic is. We also are coming under something kind of a medium scale of a hydroponic expansion. And yes, Europe and US is something like a well established, and Africa and even the Southern American part, Latin American part is still not that efficient in this hydroponic industry. So challenges, if you talk about limited information available, if we talk about the growing system, because these hydroponic projects are unique projects and there is no scope of a copy paste, and people are generally doing that. So if we talk about the project specific information, yes, plenty of information is available, the general kind of information. But if you talk about the specific information, there is a very limited information available. And even, yeah, skilled resources are limited. High capital requirement in India is a challenge. Product innovation is limited. What I mean by product innovation is still the guys who are venturing in hydroponic, they are selling their produce as a commodity instead of selling as a product. So there is a need for converting your produce coming out of hydroponic as a product. Like if you want to see, you can just Google out farm in box, which we developed, and it is a product meeting the expectation of a different stakeholders. It is a lettuce packed with root with a shelf life of 12 to 15 days. And that too is without any chilling or without any cooling in requirement. And that was the pain point for the retailers, because the shelf life, the moment you slaughter your leafy greens, the deterioration start happening. But if we pack in such a way where we have a root as well as the growing media and sufficient moisture and nutrition for a week or 12 days, then the shelf life is drastically going up. And as a customer of leafy lettuce or a leafy salad, their expectation is crunchiness, freshness, nutritious. So we are selling our 15 days lettuce as a micro lettuce, and the customers are getting a privilege to harvest their salad leaves once they want to make their salad. So that's the kind of a product innovation I'm talking about. If we manage to achieve that, there are customers who can pay for the premium product. So these are some of the challenges, and this product innovation is absolutely missing from this industry, agriculture industry. But yes, gradually people are coming up with all those things. So now you can see the packed agri produce, and even hydroponics is creating their own self in their organized retailers, and people are willing to pay higher prices. So this scenario is gradually changing, but still this is a challenge for hydroponics. The next step for anybody who want to venture in hydroponic as an entrepreneur, the major roadblock or major what should I say is kind of not a right start is people start thinking that, okay, I want to go for hydroponics, I want to put this system of hydroponic growing, and once they decide, and then they look for that what crop. But if anybody wants to go for a hydroponic venture, they need to start their project from market study and identifying the crop. And my suggestion to all who want to venture in hydroponics, the crop selection is the most important thing for ensuring the success or commercially viable project. So start from the market, select your 2-3 crops, and then after selecting the crop, you just try to list down that, okay, I selected my lettuce. My lettuce need a 35 degrees temperature, air temperature. My lettuce need a average sunlight. My lettuce need a this micro kind of a humidity. So once you just freeze that, based on that, you need to design your hardware, and also you need to freeze that what is the crop schedule or a crop when you want to produce your crop, lettuce, summer or winter. So if you want to go for a summer, your infrastructure need to be, hardware need to be designed that meeting that requirement. And if you want to grow in a only winter with little extended growing cycle with efficient crop production schedule or a cycle, then your infrastructure requirement is going to be different. So once you freeze that, then you need to go for a pilot project where you need to standardize the crop production protocol, the software part of your hydroponics, because that contributes 80% in success of your project. So considering that, once you establish your pilot project and you standardize your growing technique, then only you need to venture in a commercial project. And if you will follow these steps, then the success is assured. Believe me, success is assured. So that's something kind of if you are looking forward for kind of venturing in commercial hydroponics, so that is something kind of steps you need to follow. Then there is a way forward what to do, like government and policy makers, they need to establish a learning center, developing a standard costing norms for hardwares, and promoting startups who can create the cost-effective hardware and software development. And then educational institutes can develop the skilled resource in this industry for ensuring those software part, and developing crop production protocol for area and crop specific. And even there is a possibility that the educational institute can also go for designing this crop production protocol for specific projects. And extension agents need to customer sensitization and the benefits of all those hydroponics. So these are the three segments which can help for ensuring the success of this sector. Yes, I'll come back. I can see that Priya has raised a hand, so we'll come back with all those questions. So one another thing is, while doing your commercial venture, you need to have a clear strategy. One is innovative is exotic vegetable producer with ability to produce market led. What I'm saying, innovative exotic vegetable producers. अगर आप अपना normal, if you'll go for a traditional crops, then yes, it is not worth venturing in these type of high tech. So exotic vegetable is one of the good option for taking that. But yes, as I mentioned about my farm in box as a product, you also have to work as a market led approach. So another strategy about identifying your crop mix or even the variety mix. So what you need to do, you need to divide your complete area. Suppose you have 100 square meter area, so 80 square meter area need to go to the regular crops which the market is looking for, and 20 meter square area with the unique types of a particular crops variety. So that is the uniqueness of your farm. So you only are producing that. So if you will do that, you will be able to retain your customer because of that uniqueness, and you are supplying the normal also. If we talk about the leafy lettuce, even the Roman, you can see the different varieties which we done our research and found that if apart from the normal, if you can introduce one or two of this one, then you can do even good in your lettuce production also. If we talk about even lettuce itself, there are a good number of varieties. I'm talking about the variety mix here. So if we talk about, so these are means different types of a lettuce. You can see these already, two are already in Indian market. But yes, you have to just look for those kind of a varietal mix. That is for only for the lettuce. And if we talk about, we tested some of the varieties and found the result. So that is just I wanted to share with you, because our climate is a little hot climate. So there are some of the varieties which are doing good in hot climate of lettuce. So I thought that let me share with you guys. And again, I'm coming back to cherry tomatoes. So what I'm saying, this one is this red cherry tomato is the most common cherry tomato well in demand. If you can grow 80% of these two and 20% of these rest of the unique varieties, then definitely you can attract, you can get attraction of your customers. So these are some of the variety names which we found. And even if you talk about the capsicum, only the red, yellow and green is very common. So go for 80% of that, and 20% you can look for other unique varieties. uh, yes, if I'm giving you a kind of a direction, then there is a need that we can just tell you about some of the companies. So these are list of companies globally, and some of the companies which are operating in India. So seed is a foundation, and you as a grower need to go for a quality planting material. So you must opt for a standard or established brands, and you only use the seed from them. These are some other varieties, and I just wanted to run through with that. So these are some of the Indian this like Sakata and all is operating in India, but maybe you can just even Sakata's other leafies are there, Enzazarin's varieties are there, and this is one of the company in the US, and you can just visit the Johnny Seeds and you can realize that what the varieties they have, more than 150 varieties of a lettuce. So you can just imagine, and they have a really a very interesting kind of a varietal mix. So though it is tricky and difficult to get the seed, but yes, our breeder can just take a lead and they can develop all these things in India also. One more thing I wanted to just give you the glimpse, not much, but the glimpse. As a grower, you need to know that. We discussed that nutrient management. There are two types of a nutrient management. One is a closed and one is a open. So open means whatever is you are supplying to your crop is excess is leached out and is wasted. But in a closed hydroponic system, the excess leached water is again coming back. So these are the two types of nutrition or nutrient management system. And yes, close is more efficient than open one, but the close is a little complicated also. You need to always adjust because the nutrient imbalance, because we are preparing a recipe with some ratio, and if there is an imbalance, then it is going to impact your crop. So I'll briefly tell about some of the basic of nutrient management in hydroponic. Only water soluble fertilizers are allowed. Fertilizer compatibility need to check because you cannot mix all the fertilizer together. Fertilizer sources are also very important, like you cannot use any of the soil grade fertilizer, and even specifically urea, because urea is an amide fertilizer, and the hydrolysis process is of a different stages, and one of the stages is a nitrite, and nitrite is toxic for your plant if it is the concentration is beyond 50 ppm. So that's how the fertilizer source is also very, very crucial, and you need to select those fertilizer which is really recommended for hydroponic. Crop specific and stage specific nutrient is required, so your recipe need to adjust as per the crop and crops stage requirement. So if you're growing 5-6 crop in a one area, one growing system, then you need to have a 5 option of supplying 5 to 8 nutrients, a separate nutrient as per the crop. But yes, you can do a little combination like leafies. You can just try to come up with almost close to a nutrient ratio which is doing good for all the leafies. So that is possible. But yeah, if it is a different kind of a crop, then you need to have different kind of fertilizer recipe. Okay. Yes, the most important thing is efficient management of EC, electrical conductivity, which gives the clear the indication about the salt, fertilizer salt concentration. So every crop have a specific requirement of fertilizer salt concentration, and not only every crop, every project need to calibrate. If somebody is saying my crop is doing good at a 2 EC, it doesn't mean that it is going to work on your crop also. So you have to standardize that, and only then you can achieve the desired result. And pH is crucial because it directly impacts the plant ability to absorb nutrient. So if pH is something towards alkali, extreme alkali or extreme acidic, then despite all the nutrients are available in your solution, the plant will not be able to absorb them. This is one of the seed which I developed based on the requirement understanding, and this is very, very simple seed for the practitioner. And wherever this is the green portion, like this is the water quantity, and the second is the fertilizer quantity and targeted EC. These are the three values which you need to play around for developing your recipe, your own recipe. You can develop and you can use your own recipe, and only need to modify the fertilizer quantities in this column. Rest everything is formula driven. It will do all the working. It will give you the ratios, it will give you that ammonical part of a nitrogen, it will give even what is something kind of a EC, because this yellow patch EC is the estimated EC, and even the fertilizer recipe cost also can be get from this Excel sheet. So this is a very simple Excel sheet designed by me, and yeah, it is all the time available, or whoever is looking for that kind of knowledge or information. So that's all about means today's hydroponic talk. Now the floor is open for any type of a questions. So I would be happy to take a question because why is very important. So thank you very much. Anybody can ask the question now.
Thank you so much, sir, for this valuable information and valuable session. So we have few questions from the participants. So the first question is hydroponic gardening organic, and can hydroponic vegetables be certified as organic?
This is the most common question I used to get. So a straightforward answer for that is no. We in India, we cannot get a certificate for hydroponic farming. However, we need to go a little deeper on this concept. Why this organic farming is something become a need of our? Because in traditional farming, in commercial farming, what started happening till the time there was a sufficient plant nutrient basket in soil, there was a no dearth of any kind of a nutrient. But exhaustive kind of a farming, extensive farming has impacted badly the fertilizer or a nutrient basket of a soil, and the nutrient deficiency started occurring, which were impacting the crop. Okay, and the crop impact was coming in our food chain. So that's how people started and migrated on a organic farming, because the source of nutrient is coming from the organic source, and in any organic plant source all the nutrients are already by default available, and if you are using that, then you are ensuring all the nutrients to your crop. And that is the basic premises for hydroponics. So getting certificate based on the legal framework is not possible. However, this is equally good product, and even beyond that, the organic. So that's how we say this is the most healthy produce, but you cannot use the organic term for this. Yeah.
Okay, sir. So the next question is hydroponic farming faster than traditional soil farming, and is it sustainable?
Answer is really both for both your question is yes, because it's a very basic. If your root is a mouth for your crop, and if your root are healthy, then definitely the growth is going to be much faster. And about sustainability means, what are the factors you're looking for sustainability? You can produce whatever you want. So it's a sustainability is a threat in a soil. But if you are doing a farming, precision farming in a hydroponics, so there is no question of that whether it is sustainable or not. Yes, it is. Yeah.
Okay, so the next question is what is the estimated cost of establishment of an hydroponic farm?
These are a very common question I come across because I used to take these type of sessions. So these are very common questions. See, giving you any ballpark number is not possible until and unless you decide two things: what crop and when you want to produce. So crop production cycle or a crop production schedule and the crop. Once you decide that, then only we can assess and we can give you any figure. So at least I mean, not able to tell you that how much it is going to cost you, because why I'm saying, if you will go for a soilless hydroponics, the cost is different. If you will go for a grow bag soilless hydroponics, cost is different. If you will go for a rhizo bag, cost is different. If you will go for an NFT, the cost is different. If you will go for a Dutch bucket, cost is different. And then again, if you will just grow your crop in a seasonal crops, then your infrastructure cost is going to be different. So giving a ballpark number is not possible until and unless we decide on these two things. One is what crop and when you want it. Yeah.
Okay, so the most common question asked by every participant, that is there any scope of internship in this hydroponic?
Internship, instead of internship, what I'll say, why don't you take up as an something your hobby hydroponics and design something of a 18, 20, 30 planter at your own place. and I'm just something like taking those type of training sessions for that, and you yourself have to design that and grow your own crop. So then there is no need for going to any kind of a studies firm for doing internship. And believe me, your learning process and learning graph is going to be a much higher than what you will learn out of your internship. But yes, if you want, you can get in touch with me. I can just organize that. That's possible.
Okay, sir. The last question of the session is what is the status of insect pest and diseases attack in hydroponics as comparison to traditional farming practices?
If I give you the example, if it depends solely on the grower, if the grower is efficiently maintaining the required hygiene, then definitely the chances or the scope or the insect infestation or a disease infestation is really low. Why? Because the plant health is always good, and healthy plant cannot be easily attacked by the insects or a pest. So that's how. But it's the condition is the grower need to efficiently implement all the hygienes against this infection and all. But yes, if it enter in your greenhouse, then it is going to be the same story, whether it is a traditional farming or whether it is hydroponics. Okay.
Okay, sir. We have covered all the questions. So thank you so much, sir, for joining today's session and giving us valuable information. So thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much to Surabhi as well as the organizers and the participants who patiently listened me, because maybe whether it is for their usefulness and all, or I am not aware, but yes, thank you very much for listening me. And I'm always available as a proud Khetiabadiwala to support any of the person who want to get a more knowledge. But yes, whatever I have, I can share that. And if I don't have, then yes, I have a little ability to gather that knowledge. But yes, I'll ensure that I'll satisfy your query. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So our fourth guest speaker is here. He is Dr. G.V. Ramanjaneyulu. He has done his PhD in agriculture from Indian Agricultural Research Institute. Currently, he is working as an executive director, Center for Sustainable Agriculture Expert Director, Sahaja Ashram Producer Company. His focus of work lies in bringing a scientific agroecological approach for farming in India, which improves ecological sustainability of farming and economical viability of farm livelihoods. Working with 1 million small marginal farmers in Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Maharashtra, Karnataka, he is also working with 50 farmers collectively, directly, and supports another 150 producers. He has promoted a community marketing system, Sahaja Ashram, Sahaja Aharam, linking farmer cooperatives directly to consumers. He is also working on public policy issues impacting food systems and farmers' livelihoods and a framework to ensure income security for farmers. Some of his awards include third Badshah Khan Memorial Award by ITM University Gwalior. He has won Best Rural Innovation Award in Maharashtra Rural Innovation Award in 2014 for Community Managed Sustainable Agriculture. He has also won a Best Rural Innovation Award in Bihar Rural Innovation Award in 2014. He has also won the World Bank Development Marketplace Award in 2005. He is the author of several books and articles on sustainable agriculture and public policy. He is the CSA work featured in 8th episode of Satyamev Jayate Toxic Food. He has been a speaker in the TEDx for 3 times. He has produced a feature film, Mitti Back to Roots, on agrarian crisis and way forward based on real life experiences across the country. So thank you so much, sir, for joining today's session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Just now I got the power, otherwise it was difficult to present. Hope, can you switch on the presentation, please?
Yes, sir, our technical team will look into this. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so you can see now.
Yes, yes. Can you make it full screen? Yes, thank you. The first slide, yeah. First slide, the title slide, please. Yeah, thank you. I'm Ramanjaneyulu. I work with the Center for Sustainable Agriculture. We have several initiatives, including the Rahaman Academy, which works on entrepreneurship and capacity building programs. So today I'll be talking about the opportunities which are emerging with the kind of change happening in agriculture. We heard about hydroponics and several other things till now, and a few more things we look into how these can be what kind of opportunities these provide, and then how you can take advantage of these emerging opportunities. Thank you. Next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah. So today, when we are talking about agriculture, we are into the third wave of agriculture, I would say. While before 50s, it was all traditional farming, which India experienced. Then second wave came in with the Green Revolution, which was largely focused on high input agriculture and narrowly focused on few crops. So while the implications of Green Revolution were seen across the country, now the third wave is more towards more precision, agroecological approach towards farming is what is happening. And there are several agroecological approaches, basically looking at low water intensive, low chemical intensive, low energy intensive farming models. In that, organic farming is one of the major approaches, organic natural farming approaches. And today, across the country, there are 12 states which have already formulated organic farming policies, and 2 states have become fully organic, Sikkim and Nagaland. And there are many more states which are in the process of adopting organic and natural farming. Himachal Pradesh, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, these are all the Kerala. They already made policies to transform in the next 5 to 6 years. So there's a big transition which is happening in the model of agriculture, and how do we capture this and how do we adapt to this is something which is very, very important. Second important area which is very, very critical today is the collectivization of farmers. Right from the independence till recently, the entire focus was on reaching out to the individual farmers, and collectivization of farmers through farmers cooperatives, which began with AMUL, later on couldn't spread from dairy industry to other sectors. But now there is a great push towards farming new FPOs. And already there are 7,000, there's a small typographical error there. Already there are 7,000 FPOs across the country which were formed in the last 10 years. And Government of India has started a new program to build around 10,000 FPOs in the next 5 years. So together, there will be a large number of farmer producer organizations in this country, and these farmer producer organizations are going to establish large number of processing facilities. These are also going to employ many people in managing these FPOs, etc. And it's not only about investing to farm 10,000 FPOs. Government of India also has come up with tax exemptions. Today, FPOs are exempted from income tax. So it's a big thing, big support, because nearly for 5 years and up to 100 crores, there is a tax exemption. I think that's a big thing, big push. And there is an increased investment. Government of India is talking about investing in all these 10,000 FPOs with interest-free loans and then credit guarantees and many other policy changes. I think all these are creating an opportunity for the farmer cooperatives to build up. Third area is, in general, increased investments in food processing, agriculture, and other areas. You might have seen in the last couple of years, Government of India is talking about 1 lakh crores investments on infrastructure facilities, creating infrastructure facilities, and around 10,000 crores for dairy sector. And several incubation centers have started across the country as part of the RAFTAR program. So if you are an enterprise which have started, if you want to set up an enterprise, there's a lot of organizations across the country which are ready to support you. And within agriculture, there is also a transition which is happening towards direct benefit transfers from input-based subsidies towards direct benefit transfers. And this change will also enhance the opportunity for farmers to directly deal with suppliers. Earlier, they were forced to buy only the subsidized inputs from the whatever subsidized inputs were available in the market. They were forced to buy that, and now that money is in the hands of the farmers, and then they can, in turn, buy from the any buyer or any product they can use. So this transition will make a big difference. You might have seen Raitu Bandhu scheme in Telangana, or income support schemes like PM Kisan Chalia in Odisha, and Raitu Bharosa in Andhra Pradesh, and several other states. So all these also will aid in terms of increased decision making from the farmers, which means if you are a service provider for the farmer cooperatives and farmer producer organizations or to the individual farmers, the chances that farmers can pay and get the services is also increasing. Earlier, there was a monopoly of public extension services. And last but not the least is the digital revolution, and there's a lot of changes happening. Government of India is going to build an agri-stack and all other applications which are built by various departments as well as various entrepreneurs can be directly linked to that. And various platforms like eNow, etc., also provide new opportunities. So digital revolution with the increased access to internet all over the country and digital tools becoming cheaper, I think this is also going to break the boundaries which were existing till now. So both the boundaries for learning and boundaries for operation, both will go. So today you can learn from your home, from anybody across the world, and from home you can buy anything or sell anything. So I think this will be a significant transition which is going to happen in the next few years. So considering this, what are the opportunities available is what we need to look at next. So these opportunities are across the supply chain. So in the pre-production, there are opportunities to be in the input supply. So a lot of input supply enterprises have already come in from a traditional dealer-based approach. Now directly buying from the manufacturer or an aggregator is what is happening. So you get at farmers also get at a cheaper price, and through mobile applications, now we are able to reach out to everybody across the country. So the input supplies will be one important area where there is an opportunity for becoming an entrepreneur. Second area is about advisories, right advisories to the farmers. So it could be on production of a crop or management of a problem when farmers face, or it could be in terms of markets, it could be weather-based advisories. So all these advisory services are very, very critical for farming. Until now, only public extension services were available, and now private extension services, there's a great opportunity. Third area is about the financial services where small loans or bank loans, accessing bank loans for farmers directly. So a lot of private players have come in. You might have heard about Samunnati, you might have heard about Jai Kisan, like that. There are a number of services which have come out, and all these service all these services can be made available to the farmers locally. So there is an entrepreneurship opportunity here as well. So there's no need to depend on the traditional banking facilities, and now you have other opportunities. During the production, again, on advisories and mechanization and skill-based services. So earlier, if you look back last 30, 40 years, the entire mechanization was about buying implements or providing the subsidies on implements to buy for the farmers. And now you can make a transition in terms of establishing custom hiring centers and provide services. So instead of farmer, instead of buying a machine, they can actually take a service. So it's like Olas and Ubers for farmers. So that transition is also happening, and there's a great opportunity here to occupy this space. And post-production, again, on aggregation, value addition, and marketing, particularly if one is shifting towards organic farming and organic food marketing, there's a great opportunity available across the supply chain. Next. And the key challenges and then key decisions one need to take is, what do you sell? Do you sell a product or do you sell a service? How do you sell? And which channel you use to sell? So do you want to establish a shop or sell through online? So these are some of the decisions one need to look into. And critical would be in terms of, what is your innovation? What is your innovation in terms of product or the process through which you offer your service? That is very, very important. If you are going to do same thing what conventionally is happening, you may not be preferred or you may not have an opportunity. So if you want to have an opportunity, you need to be innovative. And what is your innovation is something which is the critical. So everything will surround around this. What is the innovation you are going to make in a product or in the process, and how you can have your unique selling proposition. I think that's a critical part. And to become an entrepreneur, obviously you need to understand cash flows, and then how much you need, and then how do you handle it, so that with minimal investments, how do you manage your cash flow so that you can maximize your business. I think that's something which you need to understand very well. And last but not the least, one of the major challenges in moving towards entrepreneurship in agriculture is the quality human resources. Today, because of the, I would say, a poor education in agriculture, across the country, we don't have a kind of quality human resources who can adapt to the changing environment. So today, whatever we talked about, whether we talk about precision agriculture, we talk about modern processing facilities, or if we talk about organic farming, or we talk about export markets, none of these are taught in the universities today. And what we talk basically is the subjects which were taught 50, 60 years back. So there's no upgradation which was happening. So opportunities like this, where you can learn and learn from informal and non-formal sources of information is also high. So I think that's where you can improve your quality, and also you can get more quality human resources. I think that's something which is very, very important. Next, please. Yeah, this I already mentioned. What are you going to offer, whether it's a product or service, and whether it is required or it is whether you are going by the solution-driven approach. Many times in agriculture, what we do is, instead of trying to find a problem and solving a problem, we go by, you have a product, so you try to find a to push your solution. So a solution-driven approach is something which is important. Rather, a problem-solving approach is important rather than a solution-driven approach. And so, what is the problem you are going to address, and will your solution solve the intended problems, and who are your competitors in this space? So, if you are talking about organic farming, if you are talking about organic food business, you're talking about input business, or if you are talking about precision farming like polyhouses, or if you are talking about hydroponics. So who are your competitors? Are you going to sell equipment to set up hydroponics, or are you going to set up your own unit and then supply food products? So these are certain things which you need to be very, very clear when you are getting into this. And what is your revenue model? Next. And again, what is the marketing strategy? So what channels, direct or indirect, what is your business process, and who are your partners, omni-channel or a single channel? So Do you sell only on Amazon or Big Basket, or are you going to set up your own? So these are certain things which are important. Knowing opportunities and threats, and knowing risks, and then managing the risk is something which is important, not to become vulnerable. Next. Next, please. Yeah. And how do you raise capital? Today, there's a number of opportunities. Like I said, if you want to set up and work with an FPO, then there is a lot of opportunities in terms of various schemes. If you want to set up a processing facility, there are a number of schemes available. And if you want to be a startup, then there are a number of schemes available like Raftar, and many incubation centers are able to provide these things. And you can get as an investment, you can get as a grant, you can get as a loan. So these are all various types of capital which are accessible, and it depends on the product which you are doing, and then the more convincing business plan you have, what kind of composition of various sources like debt, investment, and grants you can use. And if you can identify the risks, then each of these capital also has a risk. So you can identify the risks and then plan accordingly. And in terms of constraints in accessing the capital is about how do you show collaterals in accessing the capital, or how do you sell your idea? These two are very important. So unless you have a very good business plan, you may not be able to get either investment or a loan. So to get any of these things, you need to have a very good plan in your place. So don't go everywhere. Be very focused, and then try to develop a good business plan. Next. And one of the important area, like I mentioned earlier, is alternate extension services which will be available. And across the country, if you have noticed, the change happened in the last 10 years. There is a shift towards using practicing farmers as the resource persons. Many of the government programs today have transited from having an extension officer, have transited towards employing the farmers as the resource persons. And this transition, and particularly managed by a community organization like SHG groups or farmer producer organizations, have shown very viable results across the country. If you look at Bihar's Jivika program, or if you look at SERP in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, which have shown significant progress in agriculture, or Kerala's Kutumbashri. Across the country, there are very good examples which have shown that a community managed sustainable agriculture program, this transition works very well. So how do you establish new models of extension is also very, very important if you want to get into extension services. And these extension services are built on farmer field schools approach, and helping farmers to learn by practice. So that's where this new extension approach is focused, rather than demonstration and following a trickle-down approach. And now IT tools also makes the extension work much easier. So the IT tools could be in terms of helping the problems diagnosis, and then also getting an advisory. If the IT tools are simple bookish ones where you only make recommendations, it may not be of help. But if you can develop tools which can do problem diagnosis for farmers, they will be of great help, and then people can adopt. And also local language is very, very important. Now you only have most of the applications available in English. So there is a great opportunity to develop these applications in local languages, and giving very precise and local advisories. There's a great scope for adopting these agricultural extension services. Next. So these are the farmer field schools which we organize across the country. So while presenting about these things, I'll also be talking about some of our experiences as well. So farmer field schools. So we regularly organize farmer field schools to farmers. Next. And in terms of with the new opportunities coming up with the farmer producer organizations, and also in terms of various changes which has happened in the markets policies, there's a great scope for redesigning the supply chain. So you don't need to have so many middlemen in between, and you can change that. So you can cut down a couple of middlemen in between and then directly reach out to the buyer. So you can play an important role in redesigning the supply chains. And earlier there was a lot of information asymmetry because information is available only at the market yards, and then farmer may not be having access. And today the applications, there are mobile applications where you can get through an SMS or a mobile application the entire information about what is the prices and then what is the price trend, not only today in the local market, but also across the country wherever you want to sell. So that's something makes a big difference in terms of accessing the redesigning your supply chains. And today, in terms of backward integration and forward integration, a lot of startups are available, and then various organizations are providing such services. So in the supply chain, which part of the supply chain you want to redesign and then get into as a entrepreneur is something which one can look into. And when we are talking about this, very importantly, when we talk about value addition, there are various forms of value addition. We don't need to think of only as change in the developing a new product. It can be in terms of aggregation. So instead of every single farmer going and sell, you can actually aggregate. So across the country today, we have a lot of aggregators which have come up. You might have heard about many of them across the country. Udaan is one. There's Udaan, and then there are many others across the country who are doing these aggregation services. So they aggregate from farmers and then distribute across. So Farmigen, and then there are many others who are into this aggregation. And the processing, so you change the farm. So instead of selling tomatoes, you buy tomatoes, mix into tomato paste and sell, or make into jam and sell, or make into ketchup and sell. So there are various processing and developing new products. There's a great opportunity over here. With the urban middle class making a transition towards processed foods, there's a great scope here. In terms of storage, at the time of harvest, the prices are generally low, and farmers are forced to sell at distressed prices. So if you can store it, aggregate it, and then if you can sell it at a later stage, that also can add value for you. And then product differentiation. So instead of selling conventional products, moving towards organic can help you to sell it better. Pesticide-free production, all these can help you in terms of selling your product better. Transportation. So again, instead of selling locally, moving towards urban areas or better markets also can provide you opportunities. Next. Just Google. Next, please. No. Next. Yeah. And again, it depends on where you want to sell. So there's a opening up of new market opportunities coming up. So if you look at as a markets, if you're selling in the local market, largely it is mainly the staple food which is sold, and then you may not get any premium price over there. But if you are moving towards domestic urban markets, which is growing, or into the global markets, there's a great deal of opportunities where you can make money out of it, and then also pass on the benefit to the producers. And again, focusing on every market is extremely difficult. So you need to focus on any one of it. And then later on, you can spread to other market, but focus on one market and then build your logistics and build your quality requirements, because each of the market requires a different kind of logistics, different kind of quality requirements, etc. That is something which is important. So all markets may seem to be very attractive, but focus on one of these and then try to capture them. Next. So in terms of organic market potential, it is growing significantly, and the demand side current market size in 2021 is around exports itself is around 11,050 crores. 11,050 crores is the annual export value. And the domestic markets is around 3,800 crores, in which organized retail is around 2,000 crores, and farmers selling directly through farmers markets is around 1,800 crores. That's 3,800 crores is the domestic market, and total is about 14,850 crores this year's organic market. And with the world organic trade being at $110 billion, which is roughly equivalent to around 8.25 lakh crores. And India's share is only about 1.35% in the international market. So you can see the great scope in terms of grabbing this market. On the supply side, the value of the produce coming from certified farms is expected to be expected around 25 to 35,000 crores today, and it is growing significantly. So the area under organic farming is expanding across the country, and the market is growing at 25 to 30% per annum. And compared to any other business in this country, the growth rate of organic food market is very, very high. So while there is a supply side increase, there is a demand side increase also happening. The world trade is expected to cross about $150 billion in the next 4 to 5 years, which means even if India captures 2% of the global trade from 1.35% today, we will be doubling our business to 25,000 crores. So it will be double in the next 4 years. Yeah, next. But again, you may not be making money if you are selling only primary products, but if you can get into processing across the value chain, if you can create a value chain, there will be great opportunity. And there are a lot of support available for getting into this food processing. So if you look at fruits and vegetables, instead of just cleaning, cutting, and cleaning, grading, and sorting and selling, you can get into cut vegetables. You can get into making pulp, flakes, paste, frozen and diced vegetables, or get into ready-to-eat products like jams, jellies, etc. Similarly, on the grains also, instead of selling plain grains, you can get into making ready-to-eat or ready-to-cook products, oils, milk, meat and poultry, marine products. So in all these opportunities for moving up the value chain do exist. Next. And again, currently, like I mentioned, there are different layers in marketing. So from farmer to consumer, direct sales is very, very little in this country, except in the organic market. Not much is happening across, and farmers generally sell in the local market or sell to the retailer, and large part of the supply chain has several middlemen. So farmers sell through a collection center or a local agent, and then they will move towards wholesalers, and then gets into processing, then gets into distributor, and then gets into the retailer, and then reach the consumers. So there's a long supply chain which is there now. And with the farmer producer organizations coming up, these supply chains will get shortened certainly, so you can directly be able to buy from the farmers. I think that's a biggest advantage you are going to have. So capturing the market can become much easier. And earlier, when the supply chain is longer, traceability also is very difficult, and which is now required in international markets. Now with the FPOs coming in, this traceability also can become much easier. Next. And another important change which has happened in this country last year is about redefining what is micro and small and medium enterprises. Earlier, enterprises with less than 25 lakhs investments were considered as micro enterprises. And today that is enhanced to 1 crore. So up to 1 crore, you are still considered as a micro enterprise, while earlier it was only 25 lakhs. And up to 5 crores, you were considered as small enterprise. And today, up to 10 crores, you are considered as a small enterprise. And earlier, it was 10 crores, which was considered as medium enterprise. And then now, up to 20 crores, you are considered as a medium enterprise. So to become an MSME and get all the support under MSME, which is micro, small, and medium enterprises. To get that to 20 crores investment and 100 crores turnover, you have an opportunity. Earlier, it was only about 10 crores. Secondly, very important thing, earlier there were different rules for manufacturing and service sector. and now both are merged. So you are not going to be differentiated whether you are a manufacturer or a service provider. So you can become a service provider also. So extension services, marketing services, all these also can be offered as a service, and still you'll get benefit out of MSMEs. And simple rules to assessing. So if you have a PAN card and then if you have a GST, then that is sufficient. You don't need to have to produce extensive material, extensive support material to get any benefit under this. Next. So one of the very important scheme which Government of India has announced last year was a micro food processing units, and under this you can get up to 35% subsidy with a ceiling of 10 lakhs, which means about 35% of your total investment or 10 lakh rupees. So whichever is the higher, and so up to 40-50 lakhs investment. If you make into any of these enterprises, then you can still get 35% subsidy. And it's not only getting subsidy, but this new scheme is also about getting an integrated support, which means there will be someone who can help you in terms of developing a DPR. And you'll also get a training on-site skill training, and then also linked to the bank. So if you can put in 10%, the rest of the entire money will come as a credit or a subsidy. And in every state, the state food processing societies are empowered to do this, and then the state food processing societies have identified district level consultants who can do this for you. And across the country, Government of India also has identified one district, one product, one commodity scheme, where one of the major commodity in that district was identified to set up food processing facility. So you can grab this opportunity and then do this. And if you are part of any of the farmer producer organizations, cooperatives, or an SHG group, you'll get an additional seed capital. And this is up to 4 lakhs. And then you can use it for your as an initial startup money. And another very important change in this program is this works in a convergence framework, which means earlier, whenever you are going to avail any of these subsidy schemes, you can only use one. You cannot avail more than one scheme. Whereas in this, that is not there. So you can combine a couple of schemes together and then still get benefit out of it. That's a very important transition which has happened with these micro food enterprises. Next, please. So what we are doing is we work on organic and natural farming. So we promote farmers' transition towards organic food production, and we work across the country in 7 states: Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Maharashtra, Punjab, Himachal Pradesh, Sikkim, Nagaland, Meghalaya, Manipur, Tripura, so Assam. So all these states we work. And we also promote farmer producer organizations and help farmers to make a transition towards organic farming and then selling directly to the consumers or buyers. So that's a major transition. So today we work with nearly 225 farmer producer organizations under various schemes across the country. And we also support through incubation centers, both to the startups and FPOs to make this transition. Next. So FPO Hub is one of the important initiative we have, and you can check fpohub.com where you can get all the services which are available to FPOs. So we offer 6 integrated services to FPOs and to startups which you want to offer these services through farmer service centers. It will be access to finance, extension services, access to custom hiring services, and then we run a call center where farmers can call anytime, market linkages. All these are the services which are available. And we are trying to make FPO management easy. So we'll show you how we do and then what are the services which we offer. Next. So these are through Farmer Service Center. These are the 6 services which are offered. So it's the extension services, input sales, market linkages, access to finance, custom hiring services, and access to entitlements and schemes and support services which are available from the government. So these 6 services are offered through the farmer service centers. So these farmer service centers can be set up by an entrepreneur or by farmer producer organizations. We aggregate all these services and then offer through a PO hub. Next. So this is a typical farmer service center, which is a small farmer service center where it has a digital classroom where the training programs, etc., will be organized, and also has an input shop. While this is a very small one in a very remote area. Next. Next. This is a big one. So you can also have a bigger one where you have custom hiring services in terms of machinery, in terms of input sales, seed sales, etc. So depending on the investment one can make, various kinds of farmer service centers can be established. Next. And we also work with various organizations which develop solar power use in agriculture. So what you see here is the first one is the mobile solar motor for irrigation use. So this can go anywhere, and then this can be drawn with a bike. So it can be attached to a mobile bike, or you can take it with a tractor, and you can pump out water anywhere. So you don't need to depend on the diesel, and then this charges itself, and then it can run through the battery. So it's much easier, and it works out very, very cheap in terms of providing irrigation. And similarly, what you see here is a cotton processing, banana processing, and even we developed products out of the crop waste, crop residues and crop waste. So banana leaf, banana stems, etc. They are also used to make various products. And similarly, solar drying. So there are a number of different models of solar drying which were developed, which you can be used for processed foods. Next. And the farmer cooperatives, which I was mentioning, in that there are about 23 cooperatives which are fully organic, and then the rest of the cooperatives, there are various farmers who are into organic production. So we aggregate them and then help them to directly sell to the consumers as Sahaja Aharam. So Sahaja Aharam is a farmer federation, farmer cooperative federation, which sells, and these are all various stores across the state of Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, where farmers sell directly to the consumers. Hyderabad has 4 stores, Visakhapatnam has stores, and then in various other places we sell. And we also sell through online stores and mobile stores. Next. So this is an online store, sahajaram.com, where consumers can directly buy. And in buying, consumer gets at a very affordable price, around 20% over the local market price. And this is far lower compared to any other organic product in the market. And farmers get 50% of the consumer share. So farmers are also very much benefited. And each of the packets sold in the Sahajaram store can be traced back to the producer who has produced it, and then also can be traced to the ecological footprint of the product in the process of production. Next. So these are all the range of products which we have. So we have cereals, millets, oil seeds, cold pressed oils, sweeteners like honey, jaggery, and sugar, spices like chilies, turmeric, and other spices, ingredients like masalas, processed foods which are ready to eat like snacks, bakery items, and ready to cook products like dosa, idli mix, batter, chutney powders, etc. And we also make health foods like ragi malt, nutri laddu, etc. Fresh fruits and vegetables also form a significant component. In addition to selling as Sahajaram directly to the consumers, we also do white labeling for various other organic brands in the country or and abroad. So we have we supply to UK and US through various other players also, and we also sell raw products. And these are the mobile stores which go different places. To set up a store, one of the major constraints is the real estate cost. So to set up a a store in a center of the city, then your real estate cost goes up. So we designed these stores where these vans will go to different places where they can sell directly to the consumers. And weekly once, one location is what we have. So 5 days, 5 locations across the cities we go. And these are equipped with the GPS system, and consumers can track where the van is. So that's a kind of advantage. It also has, it has a billing system, everything connected centrally. Next. And these are small vans which are designed, and these are for farmers to sell directly and locally. Small electric vans, so various vans were designed. So instead of push cart, they can sell directly, and also instead of vegetable cart, people can use this and then sell. Next. Typically, this is the kind of procurement center and a distribution center we have, and mostly organized by women. And in the villages, they aggregate the products, and then in the urban areas, we have the delivery centers where they segregate and then distribute. Yeah, next. And these are the processing facilities, and we try to develop integrated processing facilities where all the processing units are present in one place. So between 4 or 5 cooperatives, we have these integrated processing facilities. So what you see here is a millet processing unit. Next. In addition to the grain processing, we also have various processing facilities for making products. So what you see here is a dal processing unit, oil extraction, cold pressed oil extraction unit, solar dryers, different models of solar dryers. So we make dyes from the food colors. So we make for food colors as well as for the clothes we make. What you see here is say here you can see these are all the food dyes which are made from the foods, vegetables and vegetable dyes. And similarly, we have a bakery. Next. So these are all some of the products which are developed. So we have cookies, we have pickles, we have jams, juices, which are made, snacks, which are made locally by the women self-help groups. And we also train startups to make some of these products. Next. And all these are made without using maida or any artificial additives. Next. Yeah, this is an again at the farmers level, farmer procurement center. Next. And we also work on seed systems. So we have we maintain the foundation seed and then supply we actually maintain the breeder seed and then supply foundation seed to different cooperatives to produce and sell. And we also have entrepreneurs who produce and sell. So these are some of the traditional varieties we have. We also have the improved varieties which are made, which are selected in organic growing conditions. So we collect across the country, make selections, and then produce the breeder foundation seed, supply to the cooperatives and entrepreneurs. They in turn process and then sell next to other cooperatives. So these are the seed processing facilities which we have. We have 6 processing facilities, and then these range from different sizes. So you can see a mobile processing unit, which is very small, to a very big one, which processes about 4 tons per hour kind of thing. So there are different seed processing facilities we produce across the crops. So around 16 crops we produce seeds, and then nearly about 60 varieties we produce. So these are all across crops we produce and then supply through the farmer cooperatives. Next. And CSI is also a PGS regional council for organic certification. So we provide organic certification, and then for managing the data for traceability, there is also a mobile application which is available on the Google Play Store. So we offer certification for field crops, annual crops, livestock, beekeeping, wild collections, processing and handling. And this certification can be, you can get if you're an individual producer or a group of producers, and can also be a service provider in terms of offering this certification to others. Yeah, next. And we started something called as biolabs, which works in terms of developing inoculums of biofertilizers and biopesticides. And we work with local entrepreneurs in terms of producing them for organic farmers. So in each cooperative, we have 4 or 5 bio entrepreneurs who can develop these and then produce these bio products and then sell. So it would be with a very small equipment, it can be easily be multiplied. They can take inoculum from us in terms of, and then multiply with the equipment which they have and then sell in the market. And in addition to the essential microorganisms, we also, and botanicals, we also promote locally made products. So Jivamrit, Panchagavya kind of thing. We have developed systems where they can be produced in bulk and then be sold locally to the cooperatives. Yeah, next. And another very important area where we are working is on developing digital tools for farmers and farmer cooperatives. So this entire initiative is called Krishi. So it's a multi-tool and platform where various applications are developed, and then it can also connect it to various other applications. Today, whatever applications are available, they are not versatile, and then you cannot use the data to operate with other applications. Whereas this Krishi has been developed with the data interoperability and multilingual. So that's a two very different advantages it has. It has various applications. I'll show you what they are. You can get more information on ekrishi.in website. Next. So one of the important application is a smart co-op. Smart co-op is an application for farmer cooperatives. So farmer producer APOs, farmer producer organizations are small businesses. They can manage their entire data of shareholding. They can manage the inventory, manufacturing, sales, CRM, HR. Everything can be managed, and then for legal implications, like for example, at the end of the month, if you have to pay GST, or at the end of the year, if you have to file a income tax return, you can just print out. So input in regularly, you can get output of all your records very easily without any hassle. This is a online software service which is available as a service for an annual subscription, and it can be managed through mobile phones or tab or desktop. Next. Similarly, Organic Hub is again an online platform where farmers and farmer cooperatives can sell directly their products, and consumers, it's not for consumers, it's basically for the buyers. So buyers can directly buy from them. So if you want to set up an organic food store, or if you want to be an organic food business operator, you can directly buy from any of the cooperatives. So this is an online platform which is available as Organic Hub. It is also part of FPO Hub. Next. Similarly, Pestoscope is an application which is available as an Android application, and online also you can check at pestoscope.com. It helps in problem diagnosis to identify the pests, diseases, and nutritional deficiencies in crops visually. So you can, from the crop, you can identify the pest, and then from pest, you can identify the solution. And if you face with a problem, you can also send us a photograph, and it automatically captures your your location. And from the location, it captures the soil conditions and the weather conditions. So based on these three parameters, we come up with a solution, and within a day, we'll get back with a solution. So this is available. And Pestoscope also has features for surveillance. So we have pest surveillance systems established at the village level. So if any cooperative is interested to set up a surveillance system, they can use this application and use the tools which are available. And similarly, advisory services. Next. Roots is an application which is for traceability. So every product, like I mentioned, has a QR code. You capture the QR code. If you scan the QR code, you'll get the product story. So what is the crop? What is the product? How it is grown? What is its ecological footprint? And in addition, it also gives you story about the group which is produced it. So what are the quality management systems, what are the certification systems, and then the organization or the FPO which has produced it, and the village story. This is very important. Most of our villages which have become fully organic has a lot of stories to say. So it also has a story to say. So it's a product story, group story, FPO story, and a village story will be part of this QR code. So once you scan it, you can get all the information, and also you can you'll automatically go to online to see more of information as well. Next. Grameen Academy is our initiative, which is an online and offline training center where we provide courses on various issues. So from FPO management, organic business, certification, organic production, food processing, and various other issues. So regularly these trainings are organized. So we have centers where these are organized in person, and we also have an online platform, grameenacademy.in, where you can go and learn at your own pace. And there is a mobile application which you can download from Google Play Store also. Few of the courses are coming up in the next few days, which you can see, and if you are interested, you can subscribe for them. Next, please. And there is also opportunity in terms of using them, setting up in your own place, or partnering with us to set up in your own place, or in terms of translation into local languages. Kisan Mitra is a farmer service center, like I explained earlier. Also, it's a helpline. So we run a helpline also, so farmers can call and get any of the service which is available. So these are all the various things which we are trying out, and then you can use these in terms of opportunities to partner and then convert them into enterprises, and then you can also become an entrepreneur. Thank you very much. These are all the websites and phone numbers and emails which are available. You can connect to us, and then this presentation also will be available for you. You can anytime go through that and then get back to us for more information. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Yes.
For joining us.
I'm unable to hear you properly.
And for such a detailed and amazing talk. Sir, with your permission, can we take some questions?
Yes, please.
Okay, sir. So the question is, any startup ideas for integrated food security system?
See, in terms of if you are looking at food security, then it's an FPO is a better option. Farmer producer organizations are the better option. So to promote more and more farmer cooperatives so that farmers can become food secure. That's what I would say. If your focus is on food security. If you are looking for a business, then you need to look at what products you want to focus, and then where you want to sell, how you want to sell. That's a different thing. But if you want to look at food security, help farmers to make a transition towards organic farming, focus on farmer producer organizations.
Okay, sir. The next question is, what entrepreneurial traits a farmer must have to start a small-scale business?
Pardon me? There's a disturbance when you... Can you switch off your video? There's a signal going. So, I couldn't hear you.
Sir, now am I audible?
Yes, yes. So you're saying what entrepreneurial skills farmer needs?
No, sir. It's what entrepreneurial traits a farmer must have to start a small-scale business.
Hey, like I mentioned earlier, you must be in a position to identify which product has a market, and then what you can produce at an affordable price and then better quality. I think that is something which is important. If you are producing same thing which everybody else is producing, you may not have market for it. So you must be in a position to do that. Second, innovation. So you must be in a position to innovate on the production or the product or a process. So you need to innovate that. Third important is about quickly acting, quickly decision making. So it's either to get to sell or not to sell. You must be in a position to quickly take a decision. So the quick decision making also comes from better understanding of the situation. So these are all very important. So you need to be innovative, you need to be risk taking, you must be in a position to quickly decide, which means you need to also be very well aware of the situation. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Is lemongrass a good agribusiness?
Yes, lemongrass is a very good market, both in terms of oil as well as even finished products which you can make out of lemongrass. There is a very good market. They are focusing only on lemongrass. I think get into value addition. You can sell oil as an essential oil. You can sell various products made out of lemongrass, like there's a lemon teas which are mixed with lemongrass. There are also lip balms and various products which you can make. There are a lot of personal care and healthcare products which can be made with lemongrass.
Okay, sir. The next question is, prime concern to provoke foreign investors in our project.
Yes, see, now there is a foreign direct investment is allowed, but to get either local investor or a foreign investor, your idea should be good enough. So what is your idea? And then how do you convince investors to put in? Which means you also have to showcase your functioning of your idea. So these two are very important. So first, try to establish a prototype, showcase, demonstrate that it works. So there's a proof of concept which you need to generate. And then you also need to show what is the scalability of the idea. So if you can do these two things, then getting investors is not very difficult. Today you're seeing a lot of investors are coming in.
Okay, sir. The question is, according to which particular product has a huge potential which isn't explored yet?
So from India, in terms of exports, if you look at vegetables are not much exported. Say fruits and vegetables production is around 300 million tons in the country, but in terms of export, if you see, it's very fraction. And since the logistics are not well developed, there's a lot of wastage which happens in the supply chain, and farmers are also unable to sell it locally. So if fruits and vegetables, both fresh fruits and vegetables, there is a good market, and then there is also value-added products. There is a very good market internationally, and across the country also there is a very good market. Similarly, if you look at the bio inputs, there is a huge market which is growing. So both locally as well as internationally. So these are all certain things which you can adopt. Similarly, in terms of health products, health consciousness has increased, particularly with the COVID. So shift towards functional foods and then shift towards health foods is increasing. So obviously that space is very little occupied. So there is a great scope to go there.
Okay, sir. Is organic agriculture sustainable in Indian context? Can
Certainly,
we feed the same population with this module?
Certainly. See, if you look at the recent IPCC report, which was released a couple of days back, it clearly spells out that the current model of agriculture is unviable. It is just that we are not giving a consciously, we are not looking at what is the problem we are facing. Say across the country, if you see, states like Punjab and Haryana, which are into deep ecological crisis, and today we are seeing farmers are in protest where they are unable to sell their product even. So they want price guarantee for the product which they have. From there, we need to make a transition. So high water, high energy, and high chemical used agriculture is not going to sustain. Is certainly not going to sustain, and there is a transition which is required from that. So that transition is very, very important, and that's what, like very initially I mentioned, we are all in agricultural universities and research centers, we were all told that only way to produce agriculture, only way to increase productivity is through increasing the use of agrochemicals and water, which is not true. So there is a lot of new knowledge which is available in terms of transition towards organic farming, and examples across the country are available. And that's one of the reasons today, if you look at in terms of extension services, public institutions are only a small part of the extension services available. Earlier, if you look at 100% all agricultural extension was in the hands of the government. Today, it is not the case. So various other players have come in, and then various alternatives are emerging. So organic farming is the only way, I would say. So when I'm talking about organic farming, it's a very broad concept in terms of regenerative agriculture, permaculture, biodynamic farming. So it's a whole chunk of alternative models of agriculture which don't use no agrochemicals, low water and low energy. I think these are the three fundamental things which are important. In addition, it also provides opportunity in terms of soil organic carbon sequestration, which also can get you additional money in terms of carbon sequestration. So a lot of carbon credits can be generated, and there is a great scope towards that. So if you ask me, in the next 5 years, there will be a big transition which is going to happen towards organic farming, and to catch that opportunity, how you are going to learn and then deal with that is an important issue.
Okay, sir. How did you started your enterprise?
How did I start? See, I'm an agricultural scientist, worked with ICAR. I was in Indian Civil Services. So all these made me to understand the crisis in agriculture, and then wanted to work with farmers. So that's where we started. We started very small in terms of working with 10 villages in 2004. So 16 years back, we started this. And today we work with, like I mentioned, with nearly about 1 lakh farmers across the country. And so this growth happened in the last 16 years.
Okay. Thank you, sir. We are done with the questions now.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very
sir.
much. So like I mentioned, if anybody has any further queries, or if you want to know more, you can visit any of our websites or get back to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, everyone, for attending the 12th day of the International Training Program. On behalf of the Just Agriculture team, I deliver my heartfelt gratitude to all the speakers and participants for joining the session and being so patient and attentive throughout. In conclusion, I would like to thank Dr. DPS Badwal sir, CEO and founder of the Just Agriculture, for organizing this revolutionary international training program for all of us. Thank you, everyone. Have a lovely evening.